he ain't even like, dude ain't never. He don't understand what people in Virginia, with white folks in Richmond, Virginia, is going through. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's wild. And then we got black folk voting for this nigga as if he understands what some nigga is going through in on the west side of Chicago or something. Like he has no idea. He's detached from society. He spends most of his time, right, in the airplane and on the water.
Yeah.
So like just like the other elites, you know what I'm saying? The other billionaires.
He is definitely a neocon that campaigned like he was a populist. Like
Right.
he is trying to uphold quote unquote democracy globally at the expense of American domestic issues. And that's what his
He
populace
ain't
voted for him
even
on.
trying to hold up American democracy. All he trying to do is enrich himself and his friends. That's it.
True. Yep. But I agree. The left, they need to run more on further progressive, further left policies and thinking to continue to win moving forward. Because slowly but surely, anyone that's sounding moderate, people are going to stop voting for the younger generation. They'll always have the older generation, but the younger generation is just going to stop supporting candidates that sound like they're establishment Democrats.
And that's why the Republican Party may win the presidency again. You know what I'm saying? Because of those centrist. Go ahead, bro. I was gonna say because of those centrist Democrats not bringing those results, right? The demonization of those far left content creators and shit like that that's going on. You know, you got left wing or I guess Democratic candidates agreeing with Fox News. You know, as far as far left content creators go. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a wild situation, which I think they just totally out of touch with the base. And if they don't get themselves in touch, it's gonna cost them.
I don't know. Hey, what's up, y'all? I apologize. I'm gonna be on the phone. It's a phone day for me. I get in when I can. I don't know necessarily if they should run more progressive. I think, but I definitely think what they could take from that far of a left group, that far. The one thing I like the way they fight Corey or Malcolm, whoever's talking about that, is I like how clear they are. They definitely should communicate like the people. I'm not 100% sure if they should follow all of those like Mamdani-ish kind of ideas. I think that's gonna have to be a gradual thing. A lot of the far left was trying to like go like start something completely different on the next day. I don't think politics works like that. But when you talk about Piker, I'm a fan of his. I'm not a fan of all of his ideas, but I'm a fan of him personally. I just like the way he communicates. He's very clear. And I think one of the issues that the left going all the way to the far left has right now is it's kind of jumbled up, kind of like a mixed up message. So right now in politics, one of the ways that Trump wins is it's simple, it's clear, it's not very like elaborate, it's not a whatever, and then he uses framing. When you frame everything as good guy versus bad guy, that's episodic, so people understand that. Like people, you know, you look for a hero, you look at a villain, you try to find a villain that's got some good qualities, this, that, and the other. And when you try to go too textbook, which I'm seeing the left do a lot now, in real like, you know, real in depth into issues, they could get the whole world. They've done it before. They can get the whole world around a lot of the issues that they support. But on the far left, one of the things they do is they're very bare bones, like the old school Democrats, very bare bones and very clear in their terminology. So if they could, I don't know 100% about taking their full ideology. You'll never get me to be far left, but their communication is what they can do. Just do something that can, like how you saying, Corey, that can, like you said, that kid on the south side of Chicago, you should be able to get your message off to that black kid on the south side of Chicago, that white guy living in, that working on Wall Street, and you could be able to get over to the rural South. That's the benefit the Democrats have always had. Their issues touch the grand person, or the person in their family or that needs help, even if you don't think they need the help. But they're just not being very clear. And Piker, they should hire him, almost how Obama hired Andrew during his campaign, just to get his shit across.
Yeah, but they too busy demonizing Piker. So
that's what I'm trying to say.
The mainstream Democrats is demonizing Piker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is crazy. And they should be embracing him, just like you said, you know what I'm saying? And actually taking some advice from him how to communicate. That was his major in college, in communication and political speech.
Mm-hmm.
Or political science. Y'all got the same major or whatever. You and Piker. That's probably why you like him.
Yeah, I love, because he's so clear. Like, you could completely not like what it is, but when you listen to somebody that can give you a clear message where it ain't so confusing, the first time I had ever heard that term, if you really understand the subject, you should be able to explain it to a baby. Remember, we used to say that a lot in here, but that's part of the reason with me in these conversations, I can always kind of get an idea of the grasp a person has, because that is a rule. You should be able to explain, if you got such a great grasp on a topic, if you can't get it to grow, you can't get it across to dumb people, you can't get it across to educated adults, you probably don't have the grasp on the subject that you think you have, or you're missing something. The one thing that with Piker, the Democrats, in my opinion, right? This is my humble opinion, but I think it's an educated one. They're all scrambling like it's not a Golden Corral, right? They acting like there's one plate at the Golden Corral and they all got to fight for it. And they don't realize, like, that's not even reality. The Democratic Party doesn't really work like that. Piker catches a lot of hell because he criticizes the Democrats, but he criticizes them, for me, in a way that's correct. He talks about their corporate influence. They do have too much corporate influence. To be a Democrat, I can understand a Republican, because, you're talking about small government, less restrictions, less regulations. So I can get corporate influence on that side. But it's always been kind of confusing to me how corporate the Democrat side's in the past, let's say 20 years. I would say, yes, about 20 years. The level of corporate, now you can go back in history, but I ain't been able to vote that entire time. So I'm talking about since I've been in college, they've almost become, in some cases, more corporate than the right. And when you're doing that, and then you have no real party leadership, who's the leader? How can Barack Obama, who hasn't been president in umpteen years, still be the leader of the Democratic Party at this point? Because from what I understand, all the decisions still basically offhand through consultation run a lot through what he thinks. He was the one that was behind Biden stepping down and that whole process to get it actually done. A lot of times in the party, when it was time to finally get everybody to get around Kamala Harris, he then supported Kamala Harris, and people then began to gravitate towards her. At some point, you're going to need like the party leadership. And then when you talk about the Democratic Party, y'all, I ain't gonna say y'all, I don't know who's a Democrat in here, but that party, the one benefit has always been is clear, concise information, and they stick to their guns. But when you start getting bought out and large members of the Democratic Party, you're looking at them and you can't tell if they're Israeli or American, you're going to have these issues. And one of the things that Trump did in the Republican Party, they had a lot of issues similar to this, but then you galvanize behind one person. You don't necessarily realize how much of a demagogue he is, but you literally throw all of the energy around one person. When you do that, it kind of clears out the muddiness of the water and clears out everything. So now you got one guy. I still to this day have no idea. I still right now, 2 years out, don't know who's running or who's even a clear favorite for the Democratic nomination. So Piker and them are going to win because they know how to communicate. But they're so far left, I don't even know if they would even be able to get a candidate on the docket. Yeah, this is what happens when you talk about politics. I tend to kill the No, I like talking
Brass,
about
what you,
politics. I really
Brass,
like
what you just said, it's funny you said that. Because look at what I'm gonna share real quick. This came up on my feed.
Right wing, left wing, same bird.
On my phone, hold up.
Yeah, I was looking at what you said. You said right wing, left wing are the same bird. Look at old Jeffries.
You know what I'm saying?
The top fundraiser for the Congressional Black Caucus is AIPAC. That is hilarious. They got Ivy? Wait, a chef.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, chill out, Brian. Chill out, Brian.
Hey, chef. You gotta come
say,
over, you brother. Yeah. They got Ivy black ass. They got Ivy too. Hold on, run this back.
Bro, you know that APAC money run deep.
Oh, they got Ivy too. I already knew they had Jeffries. He bought and paid for it. Oh, they got Sean. What the hell? Keep
APAC
going,
ain't
no,
paying
keep the shit going. Hey Corey, are you seeing this shit? They got Ivy.
No, I can't watch it. I'm driving on the job site, but
I'm gonna describe it to you in a second. Give me a second. This is madness.
Hey, Truist, drop that link in the chat. I gotta
You
send
can
that.
stop it, yours. Hey, real quick. Hey, Corey. Bro, APAC just released a what's the name of the list of the people they got? Bro, they got
I'm gonna drop it in here. I'm gonna drop it in here.
Okay.
Bro,
they got Ivy. They got Ivy in Maryland and Chantel Brown in Ohio. They got we already knew they had Jeffries. They got all of them.
Yo, they got everybody.
yeah, you know,
They
they just voted up in Congress. I realize that people can't. So the congressmen and women can't demonize AIPAC no more. So now it's like playing with the candidates, and you know what I mean. They can't sing and demonize them or whatever. So yeah, it's wild. It's a bunch of wild shit.
Ivy is in Maryland. That's why I was bugging Chef, because Chef was when we was talking about the Congressional Black Caucus a while ago, and he had kind of offhand mentioned something about Ivy. I don't know if he knew exactly who, but I'm familiar with Glenn Ivy. But they
and Brass, this is your point.
Yeah,
is that issue enough to change your vote? Is your stance on this issue enough for you to change your vote?
Damn.
Yeah, that's
That's disappointing. That's disappointing. No, that really is disappointing, because when we were having these conversations before, we were talking about the Congressional Black Caucus, and
I
we were
mentioned
talking
it,
about
yeah.
reparations and all of that. And I was trying to tell them like that's a body within Congress, but it's not really like I mean, it's a I don't know, like they seem powerless to me at this point. That's sad. That's sad.
They got the Hispanic caucus as well. They got the Black caucus, the Hispanic caucus, the
Well, I mean,
Asian
we
caucus.
do know it's a commercial. That means they just conveyed their information on the commercial.
Yeah. Ooh, man.
But what y'all was talking about, was that just y'all was just talking about the far left? That was it?
Yeah, we were just kind of talking about the different ideologies on the spectrum of the left and the right. We talk about like liberals versus progressives, your neocons versus your libertarians and conservatives, and your alt-rights, like how the right
But
and
you
the
see
left
how
is a spectrum.
confusing that is, Truist, though? You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Yeah, like it's not. Yes, we all can be different things, but it's like we all gotta rally around some particular message. Though. You gotta rally around some particular. What's up, Fetty?
What it's
You gotta
supposed to
rally
be,
around.
what it's supposed to be, whether you're on the left side of the spectrum or the right side of it's supposed to be whatever you truthfully feel is best for the country. Like that's what it's supposed to be on both sides of the spectrum, but you don't always see that played out in practice, in my opinion.
Right, because right now we're in a with the donor. One of the things Piker talks about a lot is y'all been wanting to laugh from my, I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know what you mean, Tony. One of the things that and we're gonna need participation on this because it's not like the science.
I'm about to hop in the YouTube chat. I'm about to hop in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, we all can yell and scream at each other. This is just gonna be a plain conversation. But the one of the things that Piker talks about is the donors. He early on see like guys like him, you can either bring them in as consultants and they can help you run your campaign and help you hit targeted audiences, and it depends on how much power you give them in the campaign. But guys like him, you got to remember, they sit outside of the Democratic Party. So you could say far left he's a far left Democrat, okay, but he's outside of the Democratic Party at that point. Because a far left Democrat has no problem putting out donor lists. They have no problem saying the system is completely corrupt. And all of the takes is going to be aggressive. They're going to be aggressive takes. They're going to be hard-hitting takes. And he's not going to be afraid to say names. And in politics, you still got that old school thing, kind of like golf. Matter of fact, shout to Rory McIlroy for doubling up on the Masters on Sunday. And when you do that, you run into a situation of, how can I say, you run into a situation of you can either embrace it so you can move forward, right? Embrace what you would so-called an enemy and move forward, or you vilify the guy and stay splintered. So it is what it is.
Yeah, like you said, like even if you want to call him a leftist, right, which he is, obviously he's outside of the Democratic Party. So he would kind of be more so like how you call people outside of the Republican Party a alt-rightist.
Yeah.
Right? A alt-rightist. He would be like a alt-leftist.
Yeah. And those guys got good positions too. They got good positions too, because you know what they're going to say to you? Yeah, that shit might work online, but when it comes down to voting, that's why the voting sometimes is so funny when you try to look at the votes and look how things turn out, because a lot of like when you got a guy like him and other people that are kind of like in the Democratic Party but outside of it with their worldview, their political worldview, but the Democratic leadership is so fucking old and they're so moderate, right? They're so moderate.
No energy.
Right. So what happens is, and what they'll tell you, and I know what they're saying to them without even being in the meetings, they're saying, listen, what works online is not going to work electorally. It's not going to work. That's not going to work electorally. That's not going to work when it comes down to the vote. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I don't belong here. I'm just hanging out as an ally. Who is Legal 2025? Anybody know who that is? Says she don't. It's a lady, I think. Says I don't know. Shouts to you. I'm glad you're watching, but you always belong if you got a voice. But yeah, that's where I was.
live? Oh, we're live.
Yeah, we're live. We can go live for a little bit.
You know.
It's gonna be 90 degrees in Jersey. Ain't no way in hell I'm staying inside today, buddy.
Yeah.
I went outside. Had a great day yesterday. I was gonna go live, but I ain't have no. I really didn't have much to talk about. That science conversation is cool, but it's like I think it's not reached its apex, but right now it could only be slander, I guess. So it really ain't too much of
We got
to talk about.
we got some new shit to talk about. We can talk about these motherfuckers with this blockade, and as soon as
the new blockade. It's funny.
Yeah, as soon as the China pull up, we gonna see you real. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I don't even think most people know that he ordered a blockade.
Shit's getting deep, son. Shit's getting deep. The boy can't take an L with dignity. Like people lose. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? He can't take it.
The word.
That's Anton. That's a question I asked yesterday. When the Chinese oil vessel pull up, what the Americans are going to do? They're going to blow up the Chinese oil vessel, or they're going to hold it? What is Trump going to do when the Chinese vessel come? Is he going to attack a Chinese vessel? And put himself in some situation that him dumb can be. How can somebody put them?
I don't put nothing past. Like I don't put anything past them. I've been conditioned to where nothing baffles me. I already been feeling like we've been in the proxy World War III. I feel like we've been throwing shots covert. We've been doing fucking cyber warfare, all this type bullshit. I don't think they gonna like really throw the real deal punch in front of everybody. I hope not. But it's not off the table.
So when the Chinese oil vessel,
why are you bringing up China though? Why are you bringing up China? That's not the blockade.
Because the blockade blocking all the ships.
No, it's not.
Oh, so it's not blocking Chinese vessels.
No, that's not the blockade. That's not the blockade.
I'm about to pull up the whole thing.
The blockade is just ships tied to the Iranian oil trade and coming from Iranian ports. It's not blocking. It's not blocking everyone.
But China and Iran in oil business.
I'm just telling you what it is. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not he said is he blocking all ships? I just said no. If it's a China ship coming from Iran,
yes. So that's the question I'm asking. If a Chinese ship is coming from Iran with Iranian oil, what is he going to do?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Right? that's above my pay grade, but that's a good question.
Yeah, check this out. Add this in.
Hold on. I think Corey was saying something.
Oh, my bad, Corey.
Go ahead, Corey, because I don't know if he could talk much or whatever. But were you talking, Corey?
No, I was just saying Trump doing a blockade on top of a blockade because the Iranians got a blockade and now he's doing a blockade. So like,
correct.
It don't even really make sense.
And the reason why we said China is because the blockade, which this off information I just pulled up, the blockade impacts major buyers like China. Majority of their transactions are dealt with China. So this is going to affect them indirectly, period, regardless. Even if they're saying we're just blocking Iranian ports, they stopping the Chinese money.
No, can I say something if you can hear me? Okay.
What's up, Reggie?
All right. So I was trying to get in earlier on talk about the but we moved on. So The fact of the matter is that Chinese is not blocked. American propaganda is saying that but Chinese ships are able to move through the uh through the Strait of Hormuz, right? When they want to. So China is not affected. The problem with us is that if we're looking at what is going on in the major American news, we don't see the picture at all. So China, I know China's requires about 20 to 30% or more of that oil, and Iran is its major partner. And China's naval person spoke about 2 days ago, and he basically warned America that just to not see us, to mind your business. At the same time, China is delivering arms, small arms, shoulder carried arms that can reach American fighters over from backpacks. So they just delivered that technology to the Iranians. This cool off period is really manufactured so that the Israelis can get a breath. And that's all this is doing. It's supposed to be, the talks have failed, but it seems like the war has partially stalled, but it's not really stalled. All groups are just trying to rearm themselves. Is in America's favor is because it's waiting for shipments and then I think another carrier to come into the area for reinforcements. And so we have the Chinese backpack missiles on deck. We have America waiting for a new carrier, and we have Israel also waiting for a new shipment of missiles, right? Because they ran dry. So the talks were all just a stall, just for all parties to continue at a later point. It's a what do you call powder cake. So if you look at news outside of America, then you see another picture. Now, Iran is doing a really great job with giving us news through their little Lego propaganda, right? They are giving us enormous news. They just released a new video on Trump and Israel. So this video it's probably too dangerous for me to do an analysis online. But basically, what's happening is that it was always Israel that was releasing the Epstein files, according to Iran, and Israel has enough enormous amount of leverage on Donald J. Trump, the president of the United States, and Bibi has been calling shots. Bibi was in the Situation Room during the attack, so he was in America, in the American Situation Room while the attack, where first strikes was happening. That's unprecedented. That is not America first. That is it could be America first, but first to give up our resources and soldiers, but it's Israel pulling the strings. And that connects to what we were talking about earlier with AIPAC. And prior to AIPAC, it was corporations. So AIPAC had moved in to be a very, very big donor. So the problem is that the picture that we're actually getting, it's more of a Trump, Epstein, Israel war than it is anything else. And whatever Iran is doing, as far as the blockade, America sees that as a blueprint because it's America that really wants to toll the region. They want, where Iran is getting $2 million a tanker, supposedly. America wants that. United States wants that.
Yeah, but America is the one that agreed to that.
Yeah.
America can't agree to anything.
That
Well, we
was
did.
part of the ceasefire deal. What do you mean?
America didn't agree to the ceasefire. The ceasefire is invisible. America didn't agree to the 10-point
A
plan.
part of the negotiations was that. That's where we got that number from.
That's again, America did not agree. Right now, it's just who pulls the gun first. This is not a ceasefire. They did not agree. Vance came back with no agreement.
Yeah, but I'm saying that number, that figure you're stating, we got that from the talks.
What did we get from the talks?
The 2 million per ship.
Um, uh, Iran told America what it was going to do, right? America simply told America to do what to do. What America is trying to do is block its so-called NATO and allies, or that need that oil. They're trying to control them. They're not trying to. They can't control China, and they can't control Russia. They're trying to. They're trying to block all the. They need allies, so they're trying to drain the allies, our former allies, the United States former allies, from partnering with Iran in any way whatsoever. So, but so that's why the second blockade. The first blockade, Iran was just open the strait to everybody but you, right? Everybody but you, America and Israel. Everybody, but America can't have that, right? America can't have its so-called former NATO allies softening to Iran. So that's the reason for the second blockade. It has nothing to do with China. Isn't China America's one of America's biggest enemies, right? So, and Russia has this pretty much. It doesn't have a big need for it, but it has an interest because Russia's America's enemy. Uh, when the smoke blows, China and Russia will emerge, and NATO and the UK. Well, the Europeans, what they're doing is they found out that America has no interest in protecting them. They're not so soft to Israel, right? They're so soft to Israel. They're not so soft to Israel. So the European powers are consolidating. It's just now the Saudi groups. They have to make a decision. Uh, they ultimately have to make a decision about what's going on because um, they feed other groups oil, but this second blockade is giving it problems. I'm sorry about my speech. I'm doing something, but so when you make your analysis, you can't do it just on American propaganda. America's propaganda is what's trying to hide the Epstein and trying to hide what Trump owes to New York, um, as far as losing that case, right? That they don't want to talk about. I was listening earlier to Brass and talking about the Democrats in APAC. That's interesting, but there's a big picture. The former corporate structure fed the Republicans, right? The Democrats uh, were locked out, so they chose APAC. With APAC, it came with a price, and the price is softening themselves up to Israel, right? So that's just where, and then there's PACs, super PACs, and things like that. But the two major gainers or feeders for elections, at least congressional and uh, uh, Senate and presidential, is corporations and APAC. And so I see where the Democrats are needing to because they were locked out of the Republican money, the corporate money that went to the Republican elected candidates. So the big problem that I have with the analysis is there's no our best interest. We as a people have been pushed into this two-party system without another uh, paradigm or alternative. And the minute that I hear us talking about that we are Republican or Democrats is really problematic. It means that we haven't yet began to think about another set of rules for our best interests, and that's a whole nother story. Um, I proposed the Black City Plan, which is really which is not really the Black City Plan. That's what I call it, but it's a majority city plan. And the majority city plans consolidates the actual we live, die, eat, marry, uh, send our kids to school, pay taxes in cities. It's the cities and the counties that is where we have to consolidate our survival. It's not the federal government, the national government, um, and we have to understand that whatever America's doing to Iran, America's already done to Black people in the United States. False
So
promises.
Reggie, you might need to move to a black city then.
I live in a mixed city.
Yeah, but if you do the black city plan, wouldn't it be better to be in a majority black city? Wouldn't that
Uh,
work better?
my domicile doesn't matter. My ideas or the issues that can go national. I happen to live in a mixed city, so everything is run by the internet anyway, right? That's our communication. It doesn't matter.
So you just want to tell the rest of black people what to do, but you want to stay in the mix it. Man, get out.
Well, you can say that, but that's why this is the problem on YouTube when you have this conversations. I already said that I live in a mixed city, right? So as long as my mixed city, there's our best interest for black people, and that works. Then that works. The idea is something.
Where would it be most efficient at?
It will be most efficient in the cities that actually implement part or all of the city plan. Remember, I just told you, and you don't understand. The black
So
cities.
what
The
cities
black
would be
cities.
more conducive to even
Come on.
you
All of Philadelphia, Detroit, uh, and then there's major sections, sections of Florida, sections because it's a city and county. I don't think that I know that you don't understand that it's where our populations are. Normally in the past, what we've done is we've had a leader, right? That where that leader lived, did it ever matter? Did it ever matter? No, it doesn't matter. Farrakhan does not, for example, his influence doesn't come from uh,
Chicago.
right. It doesn't come from there. It doesn't come from there. So the fact of the matter is the idea and the structure, right? So when black cities can unify with black cities, right, and seek to do commerce with black cities and counties, right, then that is effective for our basics, right, for our basics. But if
Can I
you,
press a balloon?
but no, not yet. So the issue is, you can. One thing is to not have a alternative. Whether you think my alternative works or not, that's another problem. But for you to not have an alternative and to kind of um poke this balloon with pins, right? But you have to look at what is the alternative. when I start asking you
No,
about
I
your
didn't
opinion.
pose nothing against your Black City plan. I just questioned whether it would be where it would be more effective at. That I didn't say it didn't work. It sounds good, but I'm saying, you don't get what I was asking?
No, you asked would it be why don't I move to a black city, right?
And try to get
And
that implemented.
well, I can get it implemented when I actually choose to get it implemented more, but it's being implemented because in some sense, some many cases we don't have a choice. For example, reparations is it had moved from national. They figured it out after the last case that it won't work nationally. White people are not going to help. They will just throw away money in a war, right? Throw away money, billions and almost $1 trillion in a war, but won't give black people shit. So we already know that the federal government that's but so it's moved to local. So we have a number of cities and cities and states applying what you call local reparations, and there's a few hurdles that has to get by because you got to make sure that it doesn't go against the Equal Protection Clause, because there's a lot of bad actors, a lot of bad black actors that want to go in and make it discriminatory when it can't be discriminatory.
Isn't it more Latinos in New York City than black people?
At this moment, that is, but it's still a mix.
So it will be the Latino city plan. So I'm
no, but
saying,
remember I said that it's a
I'm fucking
majority
with you,
city
Red.
plan. I said it's a majority city plan, and so blacks and Latinos in New York City, they certainly have differences, but at the end of the day, they have
They
a
both the
lot of
same.
reasons to unify, right?
How you define a black city? Is it that the population is majority black?
Hey, Chef, we don't vote the same. Don't say that. We don't vote the
No, no,
same.
no.
But I
Just
feel
No,
name
y'all
no,
the
on
no.
everything.
Latinos.
Yeah.
Chef, Chef, how you define a black city?
I thought it would be a majority
Right,
black
right,
city in government.
right.
So
So
we're talking about what? Like Detroit? Where else?
you can
Detroit,
look at the map.
Atlanta.
Yeah, there is I could say maybe about 50 majority black cities and counties, right? In Mississippi, in Mississippi and Alabama, in the states, and when it comes to elections, it is always the disenfranchisement of the voters in those particular cities and counties.
No, but apart from Atlanta, if we're looking at majority population black cities, are some of the poorest cities or rank among the poorest cities in the state? True or false?
That has nothing to do,
No, just asking it.
That's why, respectfully, my computer's slow. Otherwise, I'll pull up some data. But poverty is it's the population. You're looking at the wrong analysis.
So,
yeah. So
what's
your point about them being poor, Stupies? What do you mean?
Because if your city has to be subsidized by the state the majority of the time, is it really a black city? I remember, that's why I love The Wire, when Clay Davis had to go to the governor for additional funding, and he had to eat shit to get that additional funding, that although the city might be black predominantly, the piper get to call the tune. If you ever go to the piper get to call the tune. It's like the IMF, is like any lending institution, the stipulation. So although we have a black city, right, we still need roads, we still need police, we still need education, we still need infrastructure. And some of the times, the taxes from these cities are not capable of providing all of those infrastructure. So we rely on a state. The city might be black in most of these states, but the state's predominantly white. So it's white money actually influencing black cities, right?
Well,
And it's not like Baltimore. It's not like Baltimore who have a strong mayor who understand what is going on. No, but you listen to that because since you have introduced me to that mayor, I've been following him, and I realize in Rational where he is now trying to identify those areas which him think him can work on first, like education and infrastructure.
okay.
Because him doing like infrastructure change and like education change. Right? Let me let's finish, Reggie, please. Right? So although we have a black city, sometimes who own the reins is still white people. That's all I'm saying. You can't go no Reggie.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the list of what you call majority black populations, right? Okay, so there's South Fulton, Georgia, 93.26% black, Jackson, Mississippi, 80.45%,
Or
Detroit, Michigan, 80.38% black, Birmingham, Alabama, 69.82%,
80. God damn.
or
Florida,
or
66.97%,
we're in
Memphis,
Florida. We're in Florida.
Memphis, Tennessee, Miami Gardens, Florida. That's always a hot spot when it comes to elections. Memphis, Tennessee,
Don't
63.34%.
cut Miami
Can you
Gardens.
let me finish, please?
Because them is prime. I just educating them to speak. Because them is
No,
primary
I couldn't do
immigrants.
it when you did it.
All right, go ahead.
Montgomery, Alabama, 61.91%. Baltimore, Maryland, 60.42%. Augusta, Georgia, 58.61%. Shreveport, Louisiana, 57.82%. New Orleans, Louisiana, 57.2%. Newark, New Jersey, 53.22%. Mobile, Alabama, 53.04%. Doesn't matter if they're poor or not, it's voters. It
No,
does not matter.
take out two of them cities there. Take out New Jersey and take out Miami Gardens. Right?
Why?
Because
Wow.
let me tell you why. Because they're more Republican leaning. Brass is in there. Let me tell you about New York. When those
No. Just because brass vote that don't mean that the majority of North black people vote Republican. That's crazy.
in New York in New York, and then take out Miami Gardens.
There's a black mayor in Newark. What are you talking
Right.
about?
Yeah. All right.
A black
Okay.
Democratic mayor.
And take out Miami Gardens because them fucking immigrants no, let me just speak, please. Because them fucking immigrants in Miami Gardens doing business but nothing except themselves. Trust me.
Well, but it
I
doesn't
live
matter
next door to
because
them.
when it comes to national elections, Miami Gardens is definitely something, a target for voters, right? And certainly for suppression. But my whole point is to drill down to what's happening in locally. So what you have to understand is that cities cities and counties delivered taxes to the state, right? How much? So you can see the big corporations always are in black cities, majority black cities. Why? Because we're the biggest consumers, right?
Big corporations like what?
Any of them. You can see a
You mean
Walmart, you can see Uber, you can see Lyft, you can see I mean our basic all of our basic food and utility are in cable. Like so that is where they get that's where they get the bulk of their money, right?
Let's look at that. Why would you need Uber? Why is Uber popular in very poor cities?
Because of the need for transportation.
Why is Uber popular in very poor cities? Because
Because you
two things
can't.
very poor cities never really have. They never have good mass transportation, and two, people don't really have cars. So they rely on Uber. So you saying Uber let me stop, sorry. Your plan
Yeah.
sound good.
Yeah,
Your plan
because
sound good. I promise that I'll not criticize your Black City pride. Your plan sound good.
what happens is that okay, just because you have a car, right? Your car doesn't always work, and you got to get to work, right? Transportation is a major, how can I say, if you look at what people have to spend on transportation, transportation is a part of our body. It might be up to our thigh, right? In transportation, right? Transportation, bridges, tolls, right? Um, the use of cars, gasoline is a major part of our taxable body or our consumer body, right? You can't move. So Uber and Lyft and these other they got into this market because it's everyday resources. Then there's the extension the of food services, right? Now you got to eat. If you got a car, if your car's not working and you live 10 miles from the store, 8 miles from the store, right? you got to eat, right? So then so transportation has been a major part, and Black people, we are habitual spenders, and so we'll take a Uber when we don't even have to Uber. We won't take 10 blocks. If it's 10 blocks, I'll just take an Uber, right? So that's become a major part. The problem is the cities and the counties, what they haven't, especially the big cities and the big counties, what they can control that by their own municipality because they're the ones who give the license to Uber, and they can draw bigger taxes from all of these corporations that that hide within majority Black cities. Now the problem is, yes, majority there are uh, there are majority Black cities, and then there's mixed cities, right? But we don't need a leader. We need cities, city government, right? That follow the law, not people that mayors that smoke crack, right? Even though he was an effective leader, right? What we need is city government. We need groups of people to care about their own uh, inhabitants, and to run, how can I say, run policies based on the best needs and the best interest of their citizens. We don't have that right now. What we're in a traditional, and I think even the Democrats and Republicans, they look for figureheads, charismatic leaders, reality TV stars, actors, right, to run their government instead of groups of people running their government, right? When you have groups of people, it's you have better policies than you have an individual. So America is facing uh, the end of an empire over this guy who thinks he can run around and threaten to end civilizations and to go after the Pope. This president, is Jesus, right? In his mind, and he's bigger than the Pope. The Pope and them, they run a long term game, right? They have control. They have defeated empires for hundreds of for how can I say, for hundreds of years, right? The Pope runs a long game. They have their own intelligence. They have their own system, and they can be treacherous. So here goes Trump going against the Pope, right? Getting back to what I'm saying is that we have no choice because the Democratic Party is not going to deliver, has failed to deliver, the Democratic Party has failed to deliver anything fruitful to our people. And the Republican Party, they have ignored and controlled uh, and in this structure, in this structure, people don't understand that cities can make their own laws, right? That do not run parallel to state and federal, as long as it doesn't abridge the Constitution. So cities have enormous amount of control about who they tax, what they tax, right, and how government is run. But again, it seems like I'm maybe moving away from what you wanted to talk about, but at the same time, there has to be an alternative. And I just didn't, I just thought I would add that there is an alternative because the Latino groups, right, where I say the Black City Plan, the Latino groups are in the cities where they are majority, they are implementing a Latino city plan, right? So not only do you see an aggressive amount of elected officials coming from the Latino population, and they vote based on culture, and they deliver services directly to their people, right? And everybody else second, right? And that they are, as far as property owners, they are increasing while we're decreasing, right? And they turn a blind eye to their corruption is different, but you have to add the cartels, and you have to add all the illegal stuff that happens within their communities that give them a boost where our communities we haven't functioned like that. So they have a direct line to illegal monies that people don't want to talk about, right? So they always have a boost when it comes to things like narcotics and things like that. And who those narcotics are sold to is majority Black people, not their own, right? Our people, right? So they have a merchandise that floats into their communities that then floats into our communities. Now, Black cities can curtail that if they are focused. They can curtail. They can offer services. They can increase their police departments, their uh, and other structures that they already have at their in their hand to reduce that. We're not focused on our best interests. No.
Well, I'm hearing that though. Yeah, I love this. I love it. Teach my brother. Teach.
Hey, Reggie, could you speak a little more to what you were saying in regard to
Can y'all hear?
as-
Can y'all hear us now?
yes, I hear you.
Okay. So
Yeah, can you
um,
could you speak to us a little more about before receiving APAC support? how the Democratic Party wasn't receiving support from corporations and it was the Republican Party that was receiving support from corporations.
Yeah,
Before I respond to that, I just want to hear like exactly what you're saying or what you
I
were trying
wasn't
to say.
saying that. No, I wasn't. Hold on. Let me.
Not you, Brass. Not you, Brass. It's Reggie.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. And then I'll go into the. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go through the city thing real quick. Because a lot of times we talk city plan. Newark didn't even control the schools for almost 20 years, simply because of the state. Now, yes, we've had Ras Baraka, we've had Sharp James, we've had Cory Booker. So that's all 3 black mayors in Newark. But one of the things is even Ras Baraka, people want him out now because a lot of his plans, he came in really on more of a, I won't say blackology, that'd be too disrespectful, but more of a black-centered plan to deal with crime, to deal with housing. Most people can't afford to live in the city, similar to what's going on to Atlanta right now. You got to kind of live in the outskirts. So when we talk about cities, yes, you can have great city plans, no questions. But cities don't run themselves. They're allowed to run themselves. And when the state doesn't get in, you can go look up Birmingham. Me and Kyle was talking about this before. Birmingham at one point raised their minimum wage, Birmingham, Alabama. That's a strong, that's about 80, 90% black. And the state immediately jumped in and said, yeah, no, we're not doing that. And that law was gone. So when we do this and we're doing things in regards to something being black or white or anything like that, I always think you got to be kind of careful in this day and age specifically, because as soon as you throw black onto something, it tends to get attention in a different way. So you can go to Mississippi versus Jackson, in just a lot of cases where when you're trying to cater to one particular group or race, you're going to run yourself similar to where Ras Baraka. Now, Ras Baraka, Stu, came in, like I said, running on a mostly black platform. His father is Amiri Baraka. And he got in the office. But if you look at, like right now, I think her name is Donna Jackson. Donna Jackson, Google her. She's leading the charge along with many other black people to get him out. Because what they've basically seen now is he's a puppet of the state.
Yeah, bro. Let me say something before you go for it. I heard somebody chuckle when they mentioned a crackhead man. Marion Barry did so much for black people in Washington. That crackhead man increased the black middle class of Washington exponentially with programs that he put in place. Right? And somebody come on here and chuckle and laugh about a crackhead man. Granted, he was a crackhead man, yes. But if we look at all that he did, so much so that when this crackhead man came out of prison, they voted him back in because he did so for black people in Washington. Right?
Your connection's going in and out.
So when I hear people talking about black city plan, I
We
laugh.
can't even hear you, Stu Peace. Can't hear you. Your connection is rough. You might want to leave out and come back in. Even when it comes
I
to
do understand what you're saying, Brass. And so for our audience, I titled it the Black City Plan. Because but it's really the majority city plan. And the story is partly about how white cities and white citizens in white cities, majority white cities, rose to power, specifically immigrant populations and populations like the Mormons, who were able to capture city by city, right? And become in their area, in their state, very powerful. So a lot of the work that I have done was looking at the how America was founded, and then how immigrant populations rose, and Black people in America or involuntary immigrants. So we are in a now in an seen as a
Why you use the Mormon example? Why you use the Mormon example? That's a bad example. Do you understand the history of the Mormons and the creation of Utah? So we don't have that kind of thing to do. If we go back in time, the situation don't exist anymore that we can create a Utah. And do you understand that the most of the finances, the Mormons are the Ashkenazi Jews of New York, meaning that the federal system, the welfare system, most of the money came. Go and read on the history of the Mormons before you use the Mormons as an example for us to follow. Are you saying that we need to become criminals also? We need to find ways to fuck the system for our growth.
No.
Why you use the Mormons?
Because the Mormon population is a kind of isolated population that follows their own rules, but they were able to capture city to city to influence the state.
They didn't capture, they created the state. It was a Mormon state where they created the state. So therefore, the original premise which you start on is wrong. You can't use the Mormon as an example.
Making claims,
use somebody else.
You're just making claims.
God. You know what? You don't read nothing. Let me stop talking. Because I promise. I promise myself I'm going to be a good boy this week. I promise myself I'm going to be a good boy this week. Because, but no, I'm breaking the promise. I'm not coming on more, though. I'm breaking the promise. Why you choose such a shitty analogy where you don't know nothing about it? Why you use the Mormons? You just throw words out there so what's sticking against the glass. Understand the history of the Mormon and the creation of Utah. Go and read up on that. I think I read two books on that.
I just
you haven't. That's why you wouldn't use them as an example. You would not use them as an example.
I can use them. Right. So
the next example is going to use the Ashkenazi Jews in New York.
I can give information.
They must have 10 children and live off the welfare system and find a way to pass out these. That's what you're going to do.
How they found it. That's not how they. But that's not that. That has nothing to do with how Mormons founded.
Does the situation exist today that black people can form a state like the Mormons form a state?
Right.
Does that situation exist today?
Real quick. It's kind of like getting in the middle of the pause of this, and then let Truth.
Thank you.
Even with the Mormons, it may have started as a city, right? And then they started having conflicts with the Mormons that were surrounding them. I think it's Joe Smith or whatever the guy that got killed.
Joseph Smith.
Joseph Smith. When the state of Illinois stepped in, and then he got killed, then they started expelling the Mormons. So the one thing that they did, and then this is how you get Brigham Young. When you get to Brigham Young, then Brigham Young, he moved west.
Right.
And where they settled in what you would call Salt Lake City. I don't know if it was Salt Lake City at that time, but
no, it wasn't.
Okay, so it's Salt Lake City today. And what they did was they realized that starting at a city, they have the ability to get crushed once again when the state steps in. So then after that, they did that Utah territory government thing.
Right.
When they did the Utah territory government, they started dominating not just cities but the population regionally. And then after that, when Utah became a state, the Mormons, because they moved away from a city plan more to a regional plan and dominating in the populations, they controlled the legislature.
Right.
And when they controlled the legislature, then they controlled the culture, then they controlled the economics. And once they controlled those three things, I mean, you could say governance, but that I kind of throw that in legislature. And then once they did that, that's when they stabilized their power and just locked in. And that's how you get Utah today.
But I agree with that.
Those conditions exist today. Brass, does those conditions exist today?
No,
that we can
wait. But there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in what Brass said correctly that we have to understand about how they rose to power. right?
Yes, but the
They
condition don't
created
exist
a
today, so
they
it don't matter.
created watch a network of church-centered communities, right? That look to Salt Lake City for leadership, right? So they use that network of voters, of populations, right, to ultimately begin to influence a territory. And what happened with us is that we had all of the things that they had,
You know,
right?
Chef block that move already, you know. Chef block you on that move already. Chef block you on that move an hour ago. Chef said to you, Negro, why are you going to ask Negroes to move now to a city or to a state and control that state when you're not willing to move out of New York? And you said the internet leaders don't have to move. Chef blocked you on that 6 moves
No,
away, you know.
it didn't.
When I say Chef blocked you, know, I
just
realize
think
that.
that you're
I
a real
realize that.
mean-spirited person.
I realize
that
how
can't give
no, I know
any
because how Chef
that's
blocked
not
you.
that's
You
not
didn't know
that
when, you
wasn't
didn't
the
know how Chef blocked you, you
that
know.
wasn't the argument.
Chef blocked you. Chef blocked you on that because Chef knew
No,
you were
you
coming
just
bullshit, you
no,
know, and Chef
no.
blocked you. But you
Listen,
didn't even know that you got
the
blocked.
words that I
Continue
use.
talk. Continue
Listen to the
talking because
words
you
that
got
I
blocked.
use.
You got
Listen
blocked
to the
6
words
moves
that I
now.
use. Right?
You couldn't play chess.
Listen to
You're
the
not good
words
at
that I
chess.
use.
You got blocked 6 moves ago.
They
Chess,
created a network of church-centered communities that look to Salt Lake City for leadership. They were
no,
not
they didn't.
all
They
in
didn't.
Salt Lake City,
They
right?
didn't. They migrated
They used a
they
network
migrated en masse. The Mormons migrated en masse to Utah. Yeah, they migrated en masse to Utah.
Every
The
time
Mormons migrated en masse to Utah.
I speak,
Did they,
you speak.
did they not? Did the
At some
Mormons
point-
migrated to
At some
to-
point, right? At some point, right? But what they did is they had a structure, right, of
No, they didn't
population.
either.
You won't let me speak. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because I'm not letting you lie. I'm not letting you lie.
Everything
That's
that I say, everything
that's
that
why
I say,
you
you build on, but you're not.
No, but you're lying.
What facts are you giving? What
You're
facts
lying.
are you giving?
The facts that I give you, the first fact I give is that you don't know shit about the Mormons
That's not a
migration.
fact, that's a fucking claim.
Right? Well, you don't know it.
Fact,
it's a better claim than your claim.
No,
because you have not given any facts.
That's not a fact.
All right. None of us is giving. All right. None of us is making facts. We are both making claims because you have not made a fact.
No.
You have not made a fact.
No,
you have not made a fact.
No, because anybody can just go and search the early Latter-day Saints move repeatedly first building communities in places like Kirkland, Missouri.
You're in front of your computer.
Then later,
you're in front of your computer. You didn't read that book.
Right?
You didn't read that book. If you read that book, you wouldn't come to that conclusion. You're using
like you read everything. Hey,
I didn't read everything, but you didn't read that book.
Brass.
I know that you didn't read that book.
Brass. My initial point is talking about networks, right? The city plan is basically networks, right? Just like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, they are networks, but we call those networks now Democrat parties, right? But they are in fact networks. Me having anything to do with where my domicile is, right? That I am not a career politician. So, but I could still push my ideas as long as they are plausible. But I'm getting a challenge is that my ideas are not plausible, but the person that is interrupting me does not have a plan at all. There's nothing that shows that he has analyzed the situation for a best interest solution for our people. Whether it's successful or not, right? My thinking is in fact plausible because populations deliver votes. Votes in this system that we're in is most important to creating political structures. How it's done, it's done differently in different places for different reasons. But the Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, ultimately use their church-based groups, right, as body politics to deliver votes that were able to deliver them elected officials. Once they had elected officials, then they can in fact control the things that controls them, which is the laws, the taxes, right? How they live their lives. What we had a great opportunity because we were majority Christians at one point. And through that structure, we influenced body politics. It was, if you look at the civil rights movement, it was largely a church-based movement. So we have the same ingredients. How we use it is something that we have to analyze.
Or can I speak now? No, people, no plan is better than a bad plan. Take that from a street dude. No plan is better than a bad plan.
Take that from a street
When you
dude.
have a bad plan, a bad plan will get you in the Strait of Hormuz. Blockade in a blockade. That's a bad plan, right? Better you had no plan, right? Now Reggie have something worse than no plan, a bad plan. Reggie is talking about, right? Reggie is now telling people that, listen, we can do what the Mormons do when the situation no longer exists. Because even when we had the civil rights movement in the 60s, Utah was already established. They were already siphoning off federal funds by the billions of dollars by the 60s.
By vote, you idiot. By vote, by legislation, you idiot. Because they put their people in power, you idiot.
I said they was, look, I don't call it any name yet, you know. I don't call it any names yet, you know.
Real quick. So when we talk about the Latter-day Saints, right, you can say more, but the Church of Latter-day Saints doesn't operate like a religion. Let's have some kind of, levity in the conversation. The Church of Latter-day Saints, hold on, real quick. But the Church of Latter-day Saints operates like damn near a corporation, a system.
Correct.
So when we talk about trying to unify, when we as Black people, the Black church, the Black
has
church
never
within
operated.
the Black church doesn't operate like the Church of Latter-day Saints. The Church of Latter-day Saints is like a single organism.
Like a corporation.
Even within Black churches, the Black churches are split up. You got AME, but you got all these different types of Black churches. Like even Kojic per se. Kojic would be the clearest example, I would say, of the Latter-day Saints. But Kojic actually separates itself from the rest of the Black churches. They have financial systems, tours, speaking. I know people that are in Kojic. I mean, it's like having a job. They have people that.
This was Kojic, Abilene Christian University, Kojic.
Right.
Yeah.
So
No.
I'm saying, Raz.
Hold on. I didn't get. It wasn't really to boost nobody's point. Just for the chat, because the chat's asking questions. So when we talk about the city plan, getting back to the original conversation of Utah, what I meant by when I said Salt Lake City, their plan when the state of Illinois came in and crushed them after Joseph Smith died, what Brigham Young did was more of that's what I meant by that Utah territory government.
Yes.
They stopped really focusing 100% on cities. They focused more on regions. And when you focus more on regions, then you have a city, a position where you can establish some level of governance. And the strength that they always had was all of these regions operated underneath the Church of Latter-day Saints. Utah still kind of runs like that. The difficulty that you have in trying to do that today is that you got housing and zoning and discrimination laws and all these different things. So what the actual goal would be, and my actual question to the panel would be, what could all Black people, if this is quote unquote Black, because, and then on top of that, and somebody in the chat said that was important. one of the ways that if we want to say white people took over areas, built up a city to control the state or build up strong cities, they also controlled the immigration flow into these cities. So
Right.
even in a place like Newark, if you wanted to take over Newark as a black group, right, at one time when you were 60-70% of the population, you might have tried to do it, but you also don't control the immigration flow that comes into your city because you don't have that power, right? Migration is not something that a black demographic will control just because they're the majority of people there. When you look at Newark, which was 70-80% black at one time, then you get the riots and different things like that. But over time, Hispanics, I think Newark is like 47% black now, but damn, Hispanics are like 39-40% of the rest of the population. And you can't stop them from coming in. And now what's going to happen is, what you're going to run into is you're going to run into a problem a challenge when you try to do a black city plan now, because what's going to happen is you're going to have this black city plan in place when you were 70-80%, but now that you're now 47%, now if your plan doesn't meet the needs of the rest of the demographic of that city, you're going to be voted out. You're going to be voted out, or what's going to happen is you're going to have a compromised mayor, whereas you'll have a black city plan, but the mayor's not running it. And that's what happened with us when we moved from Sharp James to Cory Booker. Cory Booker was more, and I say this respectfully and disrespectfully.
Inclusive.
He was more inclusive and Israeli.
Yeah.
So when you have a situation like that, now so many things would have to happen, right? When you don't have that one monolithic Church of Latter-day Saints to coordinate the whole thing, that can penalize these people, a church operating as a corporation. But what's going to happen, and I'm assuming, Reggie, when you wrote the Black City Plan, you kind of saw that this may have been a problem or challenge you had, is because if the leadership, you need a single monolithic idea that all black people get around, and that monolithic idea punish people that don't play along.
I don't mean to cut you. I only have 1 minute left. I have to go back in. I'm on load.
I'm landing my
No, let me
plane.
talk before I leave, please, so I can listen.
Okay,
No, if you're recommending that black people choose a state, example, South Carolina, with ports and access to the sea, and decide that, listen, we're going to move there en masse.
That's not what, you can stop right there. That's not what I'm
Let me
talking
finish
about.
speaking. Let me finish speaking.
But that's not what I'm talking about. That's what you're
say
talking
what he got to
about.
say so he can leave. Let him say what he got to say, then he'll leave.
Okay.
No. Can I speak, please? Can I speak, please? Can I
Go ahead,
speak?
finish up so you can go.
Because this dude come in the chat every day and him just talk a bag of garbage. And we're alone because we respect him. But tomorrow I'm off, and if there's a show tomorrow, please come on tomorrow. Because I'm going to deal with it tomorrow. I'm going to fucking slow walk into the fucking ground. I'm going to stomp you out. Because everybody playing with you. And as of today onward, I stopped fucking playing with you, Reggie. I used to play with you. I used to toy with you. But I'd stop fucking toying with you now. I'm going to stomp your fuck out and your Black City Plan out. Because the biggest set of garbage. Remember, Stupids promised you that. I'm going to slow walk you into hell. I'm going to make you come on the panel, and anytime you see me, you're not going to open your fucking mouth from now on. Because you're dumb as a pile of bricks. Don't play with me, Reggie. I'm going to fucking stomp you out. That's all I have to say.
All right. We get it, Stu. Hey, Domo, get in the Discord, bro. I keep hearing that you this political guy. Get in the Discord. I want to let's have some conversations. But shouts to you, brother. I heard you do good work. But no, that would be my challenge to any Black City Plan. Of there's so many things that have to align, but these things will have to align with no actual glue. So when you get a guy like Cory Booker running Newark, there's a reason why they had to then get him out of there, because yes, it was he didn't run mainly on a black platform. There's a great documentary about him getting Sharp James out of Newark and or beating Sharp James in the race. And you can have a city that's black and you can be running a Black City Plan, but if the leadership gets erased or the leadership is more inclusive rather than necessarily black per se, then you're gonna have the issue of, well, now we running a black. It just doesn't work unless you got that thing that's gluing it. And the Church of Latter-day Saints is that. And I would say my thing is white people they have their skin as that connection, but the one thing they did have was they already had the power. They just exercised it. So it's really just a power play. I think it's more. I think it's, and now, I don't have the plan. I've never even thought in terms of trying to do that, but I think it would definitely have to be a network, like you were saying, but more of a regional focus, so that you can establish some powers in different areas, so that when the state does try to come in and try to control it, you have so much regional power, not city power. You have regional power in those areas, like a South Jersey, North Jersey. You're staked in all of those areas where you essentially de facto not run the state, but you got enough power to tell the state to just stay out of this one so we can keep operating. But y'all,
Okay.
y'all. Somebody had a question for you, Reggie.
Okay,
I
but
don't
let me just finish. So,
Yeah, I had a question, but go ahead.
I know you have a question, but I need you to respond. Right? So here's the thing: is I bought into Mormons because in understanding the Black city plan, as I call it, I looked at the white city plans, and I looked at how immigrant and these kind of strange groups like the Latter-day Saints moved into power. I looked at the Italians, I looked at the Irish, I looked at uh, people who were non-white becoming white. That's what I did. I only named it the Black City Plan to get the attention of Black people to understand that this is how other populations rose to power. These are some of our missteps. I listed a lot of missteps that we took, right? When I mean a Black City Plan, I always mean
No offense, Reggie, but you're equating nationalities and ethnic groups with race, right? Like when you
No.
say one city plan and then you say Italian or then you say Irish, like
Yeah.
you're conflating race with nationality.
Well, only because that's how we understand things.
That's
So,
not how those of us that are like intellectual and educated understand that.
well,
Understand.
the masses of people, the masses of people understand that, and you intellectual people have not delivered anything, right? As far as
Yeah, but you're an intellectual and you're presenting a solution for us. So I don't,
exactly.
but I don't think it's like, I don't think we should be catering to those of us that don't
Okay.
understand the difference between nationality and race.
I think that in American thinking, I think there's a lot of conflations. I think that people use big boogeymans to achieve their goals all the time, right? And don't drill down, and the masses accept that, right? I think it's a ways to a means. I don't think it's perfect, but who am I speaking to? Truist? Who
Yeah,
am I
it's
speaking
true. Yeah,
to? All
it's
right,
me.
Truist.
Yes.
So, all right. I will say that civilization is based on that CI word. Civilization is a number of words. Cities, right? Or is based on cities. Cities is a founding block of government, right? It's a founding block of government. Majority populations in this government, because cities become governments, they
Mhm.
exercise control. Populations in these cities, they have different demographics, but in America, it's largely been white and black until to the immigrant population was pushed in to support the fledgling whites majority that was there that became a minority. So they created
I would say they decided to do that because they saw it was advantageous for them to do that.
That's what I said. But that's what I said.
I don't know necessarily if they were brought here for that purpose, but I do
after the
think
Civil
once they
War, yes, there was the African exclusion measure that prevented
you're
blacks from
talking about
attacking.
You're talking about that for, I thought you were talking about like Italian and Irish Americans like in the mid to early like 1900s. You're talking about post Civil War era, like
Yeah, starting a
late.
post-Civil War area and on
Okay.
that 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 if these populations later can work in the interest of the rich families that were already here, the people that already had power, right? That they can manipulate those people, then they can become kind of a caucus or a group. So what I try to do is yeah, it might look like I'm polarizing, but I'm trying to get to a point of trying to get people to understand the power of cities, right? And so I could have called it the majority city plan, but
Did you
unfortunately,
consider that?
oh yeah, it's the I can always change and tweak it
No, no,
and
no. I'm
always.
saying when you made it, did you consider um when you made it, did you consider that idea for that name, or was it always the Black City?
No, 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 no. I named it the Black City Plan, but it's a majority city plan and mixed city plan.
Okay.
I always but the fact of the matter is I was talking to an audience of 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 my people, right? In the United States, and I had to tweak it so that I can get some type of attention, or at least try to get some type of attention, given how people look at only the Democratic and Republican Party and don't see ourselves. So I needed to tweak it as most people do. But it's really about majority city plans and mixed city plans. And it's about cities, uh, actually cities expanding their municipalities to actually to actually do business rather than just live off of taxes, right? So when cities can engage their municipalities to to be quasi corporations or actually do business for profit, right? To extend the lives of their citizens, uh, that means the cities create jobs. Cities do better with controlling food and transportation, and then some of the other things like entertainment and things like then transportation. So cities engage in corporate activities. They do, uh, but we just see them as meter maids and things like that. But that's all profit, right?
Is there any Black city that you would point to as an example of what you're looking for?
Now, uh,
Throughout history. Throughout history.
well, yes. I mean, if you look out, I mean, I don't. You just searching. I mean, we had corridors. We had corridors like it wasn't just Black Wall Street, for
Mhm.
example. It was a whole corridor of uh uh, of Black entrepreneurship, right, where we were segregated, right, up until the Civil Rights Movement, there was
Wilmington.
segregation, right. So yes, so there was whole corridors. Um, but the issue is we didn't have a Black city until 1968, right? So we were operating, as Malcolm X says when he's doing the organization, and Dr. John Henry Clark, who's the architect, organizations. We were trying to create a network of organizations, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, that would hopefully do this. But they didn't, they stopped at the point of actually getting cities. So then we actually got one Black city in, I think, Cleveland, um, and uh, uh, then after we got one Black mayor, right, one mayor who was an African American, this then Black people began to focus their vote on mayorships, and then uh, um, um, we got many Black cities, right? And then those Black cities turned into galvanizing for Black people to move into those cities, right? Because it was in fact there were structures that were in fact working. There was problems, of course, because we stopped thinking. We thought that we have arrived, and we stopped thinking, and then we didn't have the training to understand how cities are actually the lifeblood of the states, and the lifeblood of regions, and the lifeblood of the country. So we stopped thinking, and we let people who are politicians begin to run our lives as individuals rather than networks or blocks. So my intention was never just for the Black City Plan, but like a lot of titles, it talks, it focuses on a particular group of people. Now, the
So how
mechanics,
would the city, like, what would its relationship with the state governing body be? Like, what would
well,
that look like?
well, state officials always cater to population, to votes. Am I right or wrong?
Yes,
No.
throughout the state, yeah.
Right. So you always manipulate the state by the voter populations, right? Because the state officials need to get elected. They can't just get elected without the populations. So that's how they always have to have special interest to their populations. Always. These state officials, Hochul in New York, right? They almost, in the governor, almost always in every state, no matter what is happening nationally, they have to cater to their individual population. Now, when it comes to presidential, that's a different story. But when it comes to uh, city councils, to state officials in New York, we have state assembly, right? It is a major factor. Then nothing else matters than what's happening in your particular state. So when we have state elections, everything is really involved in the state, unless they're part of a party like the Republicans in some areas, where national politics begin to cause problems.
But what was your original question, though, Truth? When you were saying about is this what you were originally talking
No,
about?
no. What I was gonna ask was about the PAC money, which is unrelated to this. But I don't want to run him off his train of thought on this.
Oh,
No, we've
I
run that. We've
originally
run the course.
joined.
I'm gonna do something on this.
I originally joined on that conversation about.
Okay. Yeah,
You
yeah.
had a question to me about PAC money. I mean, PAC
Unrelated to APAC. Like
corporation.
I don't want to like mischaracterize what you said, but it was something along the lines of like the Democratic Party relied on APAC money as opposed to the right,
Yeah.
because the right was receiving a lot of corporate funding, right? And the Democrats weren't really receiving that. Like, is that kind of what you're suggesting, that they weren't receiving large amount of PAC money prior to APAC or whatever else maybe?
Corporations. The heads of corporations and corporation policies ultimately they are a particular group. They themselves are largely Republican, right? They donate to Republican uh, activity, right? Policies, right? Because they run the corporation. So when you have these corporations in your cities and states, largely they tend to donate legally and illegally to candidates. Democrats now, the problem is Democrats receive less from those corporations as to how they deliver money to campaigns, right? Because Democrats could be counter to some of the corporation power that's in particular places. And
Well,
so
since the 2020s, Reggie, it's been 50-50 in terms of like non-APAC support. It's been 50-50
it's
pretty
been,
much.
yes, it's been on paper, yes, on paper. However, now APAC is very targeted, right? It's almost a intelligence giving. They know exactly who they're giving to. They know exactly what they want. They know exactly how to manipulate the candidates, right? And so that gives a boost over what corporate donations are. So they become a very important factor, and they are the group that make Democrats look like Republicans and Republicans look like Democrats because they're operating on their own agenda, right? To for their purposes, right? So America becomes less American, more APAC, right?
Yeah, I mean, the NRA does the same thing. I mean, you know, like that's the point of these donations.
No,
They want.
NRA is American. Uh, um,
Yeah, no, I
APAC
know,
is
yeah,
not.
I know that, but what I mean is like, yes, they're donating so these candidates can support their interest. It just
That's
so
correct.
AIPAC's interest is the interest of an entirely different nation.
That's correct. So APAC is again is acting almost like some type of quasi-intelligence organization, and I don't want to go further than that. But the fact of the matter is, theirs is an intelligence targeted candidates who they can pull the strings to, right? For their particular interests. So corporate givings was largely prior to the period that you was talking about, for a long period going to Republican activities, less than Democrat activities. And then so the Democrats,
Well, I got it right here, Reggie. So it said in the 90s,
yes,
Democrats, it was 53% to Republicans 46. So in the 90s, Democrats received it more. In the 2000s, it was Republicans 51% to Democrats 48%. In the 2010s, it was Republicans 56% to Democrats 43%. And since 2020 to now, it's been Democrats 49% to Republicans 50%.
and I don't have a that doesn't right. Okay, so that's the data. The fact of the matter is that well, how can I say the Democrats look the Democrats are not in they're in their own interest. So yes, they but APAC now comes along and it kind of tops it off and it changes the whole agenda away from America. Their interest, their lobbying interest is very specific for what we are find ourselves in today, right? Where you would think that the Democrats who hate Trump, so supposedly, right? Supposedly hate Trump, but they in fact don't hate Trump because you would think that they would be on the front lawn in the White House over this war. You would think that they would mobilize all their social uh, contraptions to get people to have mass mass multi-million man marches, multi-men and women marches on about this war. They are not. They are controlled. That's not the agenda of the people who they receive the money to that they believe that they need to get elected on, or they in fact need that money to tip the scale. So they're looking at their own best interest. So we're looking at a period now where America is not America. There's another factor within America with American money because APAC's money is American money, right? It's just it's a very highly organized way in which APAC is allowed. APAC gets this money. They don't run corporations. They don't do they don't do business. right? They're not like the corporations. So they get money a different type of way, and they float this into our elected officials. So I'm not like what people think I am, right? I'm not a bulldog. I can deal with analysis, and I can be partially right. I could be completely right. I could be, I can go. But my point stands that uh, Republicans were benefiting for elections from corporations, but so was Democrats. And then there is now there's another factor.
Surprisingly enough, Trump has not received APAC money. He's gotten money from other pro-Israeli lobbyist groups, but he
He's
has
not
not
received it
received.
directly. He's
Yeah,
not received it directly, but his constituent groups have, right? So Trump is the ultimate APAC casualty, right? He's the ultimate APAC because it's all come together in the Trump administration, where we're
yeah.
engaged in a real war over some small country in the Middle East. So he's the ultimate, and then they have leverage over Donald J. Trump because of his personal dealings, right? So where he gets his boost, he took money from everywhere, possibly Russia, APAC, anybody that can buy him, right? So he's an equal opportunity 304, right? So but that's what my focus is not there. My focus is on cities.
Do you think this issue on a national level should affect how we vote in terms
The
of the
money.
black community? Like, should our vote be dictated based off of this issue in particular?
Well, in one sense, yes, but in another sense, I really care about us getting our focus on the places where we live, right? Where we pay our taxes, where we raise our children, where we try to keep our children safe, where we try to put food on the table. Our focus should not be nationally unless it affects us immediately. It should be locally always. Crime,
Mm-hmm.
right? Crime, what our backyard looks like, what our front lawn looks like, right?
Do you think these international issues, like trying to focus on both, could be too much for some of us, or do you think
Yes,
the majority
and
of us can handle both?
that's by design, because our leadership in our local places, they have taken the poison pill. So they focus us. We elect them for our best interests, but those people are not operating in our best interests for the most part. And it's been this way for a while. The as much as people hate the black church and Christians, black Christians have been the heart of Black America. My particular criticism is simply about blinded belief, not knowing the truth. You can believe in whatever you want to believe, but don't tout the bullshit as if it's true. Um, and um, so our communities have broken down, and it's devastating for us because we should always be looking locally. But the people who can now analyze, like you, Truist and Brass, and everybody else except for Stu Peace, right? Look for the temperature of America, because how other cities in America, how they survive or fall, ultimately will affect us, especially when their cities are within a state, right? It will affect us. And if we're not focused on that, we don't have a safe haven. We don't, how can I say, we don't progress, right? We move into a certain amount of chaos. So it's how we've been operating is been on charismatic leadership, not great structure, right? But so I care about cities, city governments extending their municipalities so that they could reduce the amount of monies of corporations that suck our cities dry and ultimately suck our best talent, our best innovation, suck us dry and give the population that raise these children be great people or important people left dry. So the military, for example, during a draft will suck the best of America's youth, a whole generation into a war, right? Corporations do that with athletes, right? Design companies do it with great designers and then entertainers and all types of athletes and all type of you know people from universities, Black universities, historical Black college and universities. Corporations suck them and they don't come back to the community. But then we have organizations like Pi Sigma, Sigma Pi Phi or the Boule that have analyzed this, and they are in a safe point for the population that they serve, and they serve them very well, right? Quietly, invisibly.
In the conversation about AIPAC, though, just because it ends in PAC, remember that's a committee. So when we talk about AIPAC and who received AIPAC money, AIPAC doesn't donate directly to candidates.
No.
It's not for everybody on the panel. It's just when we say Trump didn't receive AIPAC money, I hear a lot AIPAC money. Most people don't understand necessarily what that means because it ends in PAC. So you think that it's a political action committee, but the PAC is public affairs committee.
Correct.
So what they do is it's a lobbying organization. What they control is a network of PACs. They control network of large donors, and what they'll do is if they have like a candidate that AIPAC does, if AIPAC has a candidate that they want or don't want, what they'll do is because they have such a large and powerful network, they can get they'll run commercials and ads, but it's through the donors. Correct. Right? It's not directly from them. And now they're tied to Israel. I get it. But Reggie made a point that was key, and people a lot of times miss it just in conversation. That this is United States money. You can't an American candidate technically can't receive money from foreign international money. It has to be from within the United States. And AIPAC isn't the only one. While we're so focused on AIPAC because we're prisoners of the moment a lot of times. Yes. You forget about NRA, you forget about Big Pharma, you forget about what's that right now? The one everybody's talking about is the API, the American Petroleum Institute. So when you have these conversations, it's clear that you understand how they work, so you don't make a mistake of saying, well, Israel is paying for this. Technically, you can't say that, right? In a broad sense, you definitely could say that because a lot of AIPAC's, when you look at AIPAC's view and how they lobby and the different issues, for some reason, coincidentally, a lot of AIPAC's views are Israeli tied and Israeli based. So, but it's important that you understand that because when we start talking about Black people or Black people as a demographic or Black people as a political group, somehow consolidating some kind of power, you would have something similar to that that you would need because when you're running against these candidates, people in New York have found, politicians in New York have found out, politicians all across the country have found out that when you're running against an AIPAC candidate, quote unquote, you really don't have much of a chance because there's so much money behind them. It's not just Israel. It's just the amount of money and influence and power that you have behind them. Because usually even the previous candidate, if he's also AIPAC influenced, then now you're fighting that. So it's kind of important to know how it works, because if you want to know how to fight something, you got to understand the rules and the strategies that other people have used to get into power. But if we're talking about AIPAC, I mean, they're on the list, right? You could call them number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if you forget Big Pharma and forget NRA, when y'all are worried about these school shootings and you're worried about kids walking around with AR-15s, you go to the NRA, not necessarily AIPAC. When you're trying to figure out how they're passing perk 30s and perk 10s, and how people are getting, we have a large opioid crisis, probably the largest drug epidemic we've ever had in this country. You look at pharma and big pharma. If you're really interested in COVID, you look at how did Moderna and all of them get pushed to the front, and how all of that worked. So there's a lot. Lobbying is part of what we do. When you're mad at your candidate, a lot of times understand that they don't have the money nor the support to really run on their own views and ideals all of the time. And as much as the average American wants a candidate that can run on their own views and ideals, and somehow, you think that when you're talking to this candidate, this is what they think. But 9.5 times out of 10, when you're talking to a candidate, you're viewing essentially whatever that candidate, whoever lobbied and is paying for that candidate, what they think and what they're trying to get across. They'll tell you everything, essentially. In most cases, you'll begin to connect with them because you have that they have that down home thing, that connection. But when they get into office and they get into position, it's what they do on whether you will vote for them again. So it's essentially it's kind of like I was going to say that'd be kind of ignorant, but
yeah, but it's so complicated, because even if you don't vote for them, you'll vote for their second in charge. There's a duplicate of them. It's just right. The structure, the system is enormous, and so that's why I say our best chances is in the cities that we choose to live, that we are in, to affect the politics there for the best interest, and then for other people who have some training in this and some understanding in this, is to show the need for cities to connect to cities, right? Or in our how can I say
But Reggie, but how could we get, like, let's say, a black city in Georgia to connect with a black city in, I don't know, let's say Illinois, without some sort of like federal intervention? You know what I mean? Like,
it's just doing business. It's just, remember, it's a majority black population. You do it in the basis of your city. You don't do it in the basis of race or color. Like, I'm into non-discrimination, right? I'm into hiring the best people to do the job, right? But that's not how America works. It's never about the best people to do the job. It's about people who are loyal to a certain type of thing. So when Atlanta was formed, it galvanized many cities related to it, right? When Atlanta, so sometimes it happens organically. Sometimes it happens organically, right?
yeah, but I mean, like, in terms of the transaction of like finances of goods, that happening across state lines without
when you support a Atlanta corporation, a hair care company, or some entertainment company or something like that, that's across state lines.
Yeah,
but I don't think he means in that micro. I think he's meaning, like, how would those two cities, the two entire cities and infrastructures, how would they connect city to city, not consumer to business?
Right.
I'm assuming the city, we would want the mayors to be on the same page
Don't mayors cooperate?
No, and that's why I was gonna go. I wish Kyle was here. Kyle, if you could hear us.
If Kyle was just a part of the convention. Yeah,
they just had a I think it was the AAMA the African American Mayors Association, yeah, AAMA, and Kyle was actually just there at that convention. And matter of fact, if we want to be, it's kind of ironic. Now Brandon Scott is in the news for all of this corruption, but he also was just elected president of that organization, I believe, this weekend. And then he came home to Baltimore immediately to be under some level of corruption. So these mayors all get together. You know, they talk about policy, they talk about leadership. But let's be clear, though. Once again, and maybe I'll do a show on the Church of Latter-day Saints. They meet, they talk, but they do not have the mechanisms, nor the infrastructure, nor the power to link both of these cities to somehow all of those mayors take all of these cities. This is in they're black mayors of predominantly black cities. They don't have the power to link, similar to how the Mormons did in Utah, to somehow create a national connection of black cities. There's too many barriers at this point, and that maybe they saw this coming, right? That somebody would try to do this or something, because the housing zoning and how they control the immigration and who goes where, it seems like a lot of these things that are put in place are literally put in place to kind of stifle something like that on a city level, mainly by the states and the federal government.
You're absolutely right. It's a burden, but like a lot of the things that the Church of Latter-day Saints did, right? There's supposed to be a separation between religion and state, right? Supposedly, right? They ultimately violated lots of those tenets and got away with it, right? For reasons that I do not understand completely. That's why it's always worth the study. However, if you don't use the black banner, but no, you're talking about your majority populations, mayors can, in fact, you just can't use the black card. You can't use the black card in doing this, but there are, how can I say, things that, in the simplest term, right, agendas that mayors can cooperate with each other based on their population. And so the thing is that we have to formulate ideas on how that can actually happen. Don't think that I didn't email my Black City plan to the organization of Black mayors. Don't think I did not do that. I did do that. And don't think that I don't send some of my proposals to elected officials. I do that, right? Especially on reparations, right? So I testified in several reparations. I've given my plans to the state reparations commission, right? They read it. They may not get back to me, but they in fact read it, and then the people that I sent it to, when I see them, I ask them what's going on in general, right? Not necessarily specific, but the difference is between me and I pay for this out of my own, and it can put you into poverty, and of course, I spent a damn near year working with my former wife on her campaign in mayor, right? Even though I told her what she's up against. She's my son's mother, and she was a woman I had married, and I committed a year where you think I'm babbling on the internet to a campaign, right? And it did not succeed based on all the things that we're talking about. She wasn't receiving any of the money, but she got the petitions to get on the ballot, and then the Democratic Party blocked her, right? For Eric Adams and for Cuomo. Black people blocked her. Churches blocked her, right? And these things, she didn't know what was happening. And then she tried to fight the power. And I was trying to tell you, listen, one, they ain't got nothing on you. Nobody gave you no money, so they can't control you. You were doing things that would be against what they're talking about, right? You're messing with the educational budget, right? New York's education budget is in the billions, right? You want to fix education. You and I know, she and I know, because I've worked with her in her business, right? Success is failure in America, so, right? Fail so you can get more money. People who are successful in education, they don't get money, but the places that are bleeding and crying and they get money to fail again. All the while they're buying textbooks over and over again that don't work. Over and over again. Every budget, every educational budget, there is multi-millions of dollars of new recycled textbooks that say the same thing, that lead to the same thing. And that's already in the budget. You mentioned you try to disrupt that. You have so many people that they pay, because that's another the educational. There's all these small subsets of what you call pseudo PAC monies that's there, right? That these corporations, the educational budget, the thing that's making us fail is education. The way education is done in America, they have a kind of PAC based on those corporations that control education in the United States, that they give to the politicians, and they give, et cetera, et cetera. It's complicated. But when I come on a channel like this, because I choose to come on this channel, because I think that there's people like Brass and Truist and even Sheffrin, right? Sheffrin will ask a probing question. It might sting a little bit, but he asks his probing questions, right? To gather his point. And then when he's heard enough of the shit, he would go, you will hear Chef do a monologue, right? Right? Especially when you're not reasonable. Chef is Chef's brain is incredible, right? He will go along, listen, and then he asks some probing questions. And if you don't get it, you'll see a famous Chef monologue on your ass, right? Me, I'm a data person, research person. I try to do some analysis, and I push it for content so that we could think about it, right? But then I get people like Stu Pease who, I mean, it's not just him, but it's a lot of these people. They never wrote anything, Brass, Truist, in their life. They never presented anything to anybody important. They don't talk to those people. There's no history of them involved in real politics, except for petty politics in their country. There's nothing, there's no real work, right? And then there's someone like me, and I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot because he don't agree with me, but he has nothing to show for it. So I don't, look, in a few minutes I gotta get dressed and go and do something that I have to do, which is really problematic to me. But the fact of the matter is, all I could just say on this show, keep thinking, right? And then, but once you realize, like Brass, which you might realize, if I was going to devote my time, or if I was going to present a proposition, this is the way I will do it. Then you come to the point of, like, how do I try to influence my local politician to promote what I'm saying? Do I put it out in public? How do I do it? Right? And then it's like, how much money do I have to do it? How much personal money does Brass have to take, Truist have to take, Reggie have to take out of our own money, out of our own pocket, our own family's life to move this? We become a lobbyist. A lobbyist not collecting any donations, right? Or minimum donations. And then we just say, man, we make a choice whether to continue or to kind of make it more moderate. I only propose a black city plan or majority city plan or mixed city plan as in this conversation to say that there's an alternative or something that we must do that we don't want we have to focus on for our survival because nobody's thinking about Black America. They're not thinking about Black America. Well, we're 304s, right? And so the question is, can we be a great generation? Can we be a great generation, or are we just a populace to be super exploitated?
What before you go, can you take a provocative question?
Yeah.
I'm interested in your insights, not a trap question. How
don't ask me about Black Egypt.
No, that ain't even provocative to me. I have no interest in that. Bambaataa died.
Yeah.
How I'm not out in New York City, I'm not in that area. What is but I'm seeing online the different people making positive statements, negative statements, kind of saying it's like I'm a conflicted history. It's been interesting to hear different people's points on his death. Where do you fall in it? Like what is your thought? What is the city kind of saying? I know you gotta go, it don't gotta be real in depth, but I know you're more not tapped in, but you're more aware of people that know him and things like that.
Yeah. Okay, so there I grew up in a poor project, right? Castle Hill Project was connected to Bronx River Project.
Yeah.
Bam was one of the first people from our projects to actually make it, right? Or at least make it. Bam gave a lot of money to a lot of people, right? Bam took them out of the projects and helped them get into these clubs as DJs, crate carriers, gave them a sense of themselves.
Okay.
We were involved in how can I say what we did in our projects. It was horrible in the sense of how we preyed on each other. People were coming home from jail. Men were raping boys on the staircase, right? As well as women, but it became more problematic because you rape a man, then you can control him because you can't be tough no more. You just can't be tough, right? Somebody has leverage on you. So we had a condition of people coming in and out of prison. We had the black spades moved into the baby spades. Bam was part of all of that, but he gave a lot of people in his projects and other potential hip hop artists or rappers an opportunity to be in places.
Okay.
But it came with Bam's own demons of something that may have happened to him when he was young. And people continuously to celebrate in the Bronx hip hop and rap as a disguise, but ultimately you're talking about in the Bronx, you're talking about Bam. Because it wasn't too much, nobody had really kind of like made it, right? So you're really talking about Bam in disguise. So you will hear them talk about hip hop, everything else except for Bam, right? There was a map of hip hop artists that New York was touting, and where it was Bronx River, they took out Bambaataa. But Bambaataa was central to, he wasn't the first and he wasn't the best, but he was central to a lot of things that was happening in the Bronx between, believe it or not, Black and Latino unity. So they would disguise Bam's death because of his deeds based on their love for the Bronx and their love for their culture, right? And then they will, then you have a few people who are just outing people who had relationships with Bam. But look, this is somebody that I ran across, right? Bam was the first person that would take a man shopping. He literally take you shopping. He take you shopping. He put you in Jewmans and hosieries. Everybody in Bronx knows what that is. He'll dress you up. He'll literally wine and dine you. Then he'll ask you for what he wants, right? Now, there have been some young people who were at that time come out and say what Bam propositioned them for. But there's nobody that didn't know who Bam was and what he wanted, right? And so you was around Bam, you was around you don't want to blame yourselves, but you was impoverished and you was around for the kickback,
right?
The perk, and you put yourself in that situation, and you're gonna blame everybody else. But a lot of the people that Bam only did this to people that he was around. So if you was around Bam, Bam would proposition you, and largely, Bam's thing was largely most of the crimes involved oral sex, right? Bam would that's like to see penises, right? That's just what I'll just put it like that. And so everybody knew Bam never had a girlfriend. What girlfriend did Bam have? You got a whole artist that you hardly ever see him hand in hand with a woman. So it's no surprise that people didn't know because Bam didn't have a major girlfriend, right? There was no surprise of that. Like, so you knew who Bam was. So Bam's look, for his crimes, he should have been put in prison. But in the state of the Bronx, New York, police don't come to our housing cops come to our projects, but police don't come unless it's a murder, right?
Okay.
In this crime, there was no murder, so it was housing. Police, and really, we were going through this whole thing of what's that group? The YMCA, and all of that stuff. The Village and
the Village People.
The Village People. So New York has no sexual morality. You got to remember, 42nd Street was still operating, the Deuce, as we call it, the Deuce, right? Porn shops all up and down 42nd Street. Yeah, they cleaned it up, but that's not prostitution was run amok, right? So Bam's crimes, the people that were how can I say the victims of Bam, and there was 4 more victims, but the victims of Bam, for them, unfortunately, there was no protection. None. Right? None. But the majority of it was not pedophilia, but it only takes one. It don't take hundreds, it takes one. So the majority of it was unfortunately consensual. People who's Bam's age or that was involved in Bam's situation.
So so just for clarity, so a lot of this was relationships per se with Bam, not necessarily like him violating children or violating men.
No, for anybody who said that Bam did this, we wouldn't know. They would know, and you have to take what they say as true.
No, I'm not trying to get into that. I'm saying, but you just said that a lot of it was consensual. So I'm saying,
a lot of it, most of it was consensual.
Okay.
Bam would ask you. He would take you shopping, wine and dine you. You'd be around him. He'd get you in the house, all cozy. Bam put a VHS tape or a 8mm movie on, and it'd be sex going on with the woman, and Bam would be like, yeah, like, yo, let's masturbate. We all do this, right? So those people, the majority of those people are in Bam's place watching porn and late at night, and that's what they did, and they masturbated, and if you got your joint out, you know.
I get what you mean. Yeah,
right. So Bam, you can should Bam be tarnished? Yeah, Bam should be tarnished. Bam should be tarnished because it happened way too much. It was a session. It was literally a session. And Bam had a book, if you didn't know.
No, I didn't know yet.
Bam had an album of more than 40 people where he had in his book penis out and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Wait, hold on. Wait, when you said a book, I thought you meant like a best-selling book. You mean like a private black book or something like that?
They take pictures, you masturbating and stuff like that. Yeah, Bam, get out his camera and take a shot of you, a Polaroid shot of you. Yeah.
This is some of the wildest shit I've ever heard in my life. I'm like, listen, because I know you got to go when we just listening. This is wild. So, but in his death though, like, I mean, like, and you don't got to answer this shit, but I'm just
I haven't been
trying to be provocative per se, but I'm saying, are you like, is he going to get like a processional? Like, cause you're saying how important he was in the Bronx. He about to get like a processional or something?
No, they disguise it. They disguise it as hip hop in the Bronx.
No, I'm talking about in his death. I mean, is he gonna? Are they going to honor him? Are they going to,
the Zulu Nation, the people around him that's left? Because remind you, it's many years. A lot of these people are my age and older. I'm 61, so and I was a child when I met him. I mean, I wasn't a child. I was 14. You ain't a child in the Bronx at 14.
How much older is he than you? You said you was a child. How much older is he? How old? I know he's 67. He died at 67.
Y'all having an interesting little back and forth right here. How y'all gentlemen doing this evening?
What's going on?
He's 6 years. He's 6 years older than me.
So he's 60. So when you were 14, he was 20.
People weren't mistaking those sessions as hip hop parties, were they?
No,
that's not what you said, huh?
No, these are after parties. These are sessions, right? This is when you do all your work, your hip hop. You do party. You do your new cuts. You do your new rhymes. Then you kick back. You open up. You smoke a joint. You drink some beer. You chilling. Everybody leaves, and then there's a couple of people that might stay a little later than they should. You know how you have an after party with women? Well, that's what we're familiar with. And then we don't talk about or the conniving that, well, people don't want to talk about. They think it's natural, the conniving of trying to find a woman that's weak in the late hours in the morning. Well, Bam would find the dude that's weak in the late hours in the morning. And Bam's thing was, Bam was proposing all the time. It wasn't like anybody that was around Bam would say, yo, come see me in Bronx River. Come through. And that would be the entry point. So the person that I knew, Ron Savage, who was in my second grade class and maybe my third grade class, who I knew from second grade on, Ron Savage was a person who in my projects, he wasn't really getting any traction. Bam, he went to Bronx River. And we the majority of us says, yo, stay in your projects, man. Don't go to Bronx River, man. Why you going to Bronx River, man? You ain't got no protection there, man. It's a Zulu Nation. With us is us, right? And you know who Bam is, right? But Ron's sister was dating somebody in Bronx River, right? And then he had cousins. I'm not gonna mention their name, but I know them because I dated a girl whose cousins was Ron Savage's cousins, right? I can't mention their names, but they were on the edge of Bronx River, right? And then Bam would move from Bronx River to White Castles, hang out in Castle. So he was always proposing, hey man, how you doing, man? Yo, you sound good. Why don't you come through, man? Why don't you record? Chop it up. We didn't use that word then, but Bam would always proposing. But in his particular neighborhood, Bronx River, that's where the majority of the stuff happened. That was the epicenter of a very strange culture in Bronx River. Loyalty to Bam, loyalty to the Zulu Nation, loyalty to that gang culture, loyalty to the projects, and being close to Bam. Bam Security, Bam's, he had a network. And from that network, unfortunately, and other people came from other places, you could find yourself in Bam's house. So Bam lived in Bronx River. Then he lived in a place that's I could throw a rock at. I could throw a rock at from where I'm staying right now, almost literally, and hit it, right? And that's where some of the other crimes happen, right here where I live, in the what you call the valley. And Bam, that's in the later part of Bam's. Bam moved there with his mother, right? And so that's where I guess Bam was staying, and that's another. So what's happening in the Bronx River was happening in the valley, and it's always happening in most of the time in his domiciles, in his places where he lived, where his bed is, where his room is, where his world is. And if you walk through that door for whatever reason late at night, it didn't even matter if you was driving Bam home or something like that, or helping him bring up some crates. If you walked into his apartment, he'll crack on you.
So long story short, he had a network of people that allowed him to keep his business close, you know what I'm saying, close to him. But he had help kind of.
Yes, because they were involved in their own benefits around Bam. So the other part of it is where Bam had his particular criminal, consensual, and because of the victims that came out, consensual criminal activity or essaying activity, because right there was dudes that would there were robbery crews that hung around Bam. There were entertainment extortionist groups. There was drug groups, right? There was just general security around Bam, right? There were all of these, and then there was blacks, and then there were Latinos because they were in the projects. And
would you say they all knew what he was doing?
Wasn't no secret. It don't sound like it.
No, I'm saying because it's just like some people when they talk about Bam, they talk about him like it's like they talk about him like all of like it's very open and everybody knew, but then there are other people that'll tell you like Cuban will tell you like he was right next to him and he had no idea. So it's weird how it went from different perspectives how people talk about it.
It all clicked, I think, with Malik. Malik could tell you that I was one of the first people that told him about Bam. And I swear Malik was gonna stab me, right? He just but then how can I say it started to click for him. And then I was invited to Bam's organization, the Zulu Nation, to give a speech on Africa, right, by a close friend of mine who I grew up with, who was connected to that. So I went to the organization. I went to the organization to meet. Bam wasn't. It was at the National Black Theater. Bam wasn't initially there. Didn't know he was coming, but ultimately Bam came. Right? Bam came. To in part of my speech. Right? Pause. Super pause.
That was crazy. Well, go ahead.
But I knew Bam a little bit differently. I mean, yeah, sure, he invited me to his projects, right? But my neighbor upstairs, Baldy, who he came to meet with in my projects, was an enforcer. So Bam had some business with Baldy, and when he started to talk to me and Baldy's brother, Baldy was like, "Yo, those are my people, Bam. I mean, what you doing, man? Bam, this my family, man. Keep your shit in your projects, right? Don't be inviting my family to your No, I just want them seeing what I'm doing. I want to Baldy was like, no. So then I was riding through not Stevens Commons, but Colgate, me and my friend's brother,
Mm-hmm.
and it was about 3 of us, and we had our bikes, and something was going on. We didn't know what was going on, but we found out Bam's people here, Zulu Nation's here. So we was like, oh shit, Bam and them. So it was like 200 people from his projects in another project. It was like a swarm. And when we were trying to get out of there, because we was following the crowd, and these dudes, these are people who are all types of affiliations with BAM. They try to take our bikes, right? I'm talking about 50 people putting their hands on you for your bike, right?
Right.
But the funny thing was, where this was happening, BAM was there, right? BAM was there, right? I didn't see him at first, but BAM was there, and we was like, yo, BAM, yo, we Baldy people, man. And BAM said, he looked at us, he said, yeah. I'm not gonna mention my friend's name, but says, yeah. And BAM said, yo, leave them dudes alone, man. So imagine 50 people that got their hands on you, and then all of a sudden 50 people take their hands off of you and tell you to leave. That's the power of Bambaataa. Now, people benefited from Bambaataa. So there's a lot of people that will always say, yo, Bam ain't do nothing to me, man. Bam gave me money, Bam, but Bam ain't give me nothing, man. Bam put me on, right? Bam put me in position. They're not gonna, because of the essay stuff that's involved, they're not gonna be public, but there's a lot of people that watch this. My projects and related projects, we were impoverished. We were doing a lot of foul things. And this is before crack cocaine. This is before really cocaine. We were our parents was making $200 on jobs a week. At best. That was good money. We was living in projects, so we were subsidized in a sense. We had low income because we had no income. And you're talking about tens of thousands of people, families, people, young people. And for a lot of people, BAM was a way out. So you're not going to hear, what you're going to do is BAM died. That saga is over. The people that want to, Ron Savage was the only one who did something. He was important to the Child Sex Act in New York, if it's called that directly, where he was trying to put together people to be criminalized for things that they did in the past if there's evidence. But then Ron Savage comes back and says, Ron said, Bam didn't know how old I was. I had a fake ID. Bam always thought I was older. So yes, Bam did what he did to Ron Savage, but Ron Savage basically says that Bam thought he was older, and Ron didn't tell Bam what his age was. So technically, yes, whatever Ron said happened criminally, it happened, but in a court of law, Bam would probably have to do some time. But the fact of the matter is, it would be mitigated because of Ron Savage's activities. Now, Hassan Campbell, I don't know. I only hear what Hassan Campbell, and I was the person, me and Sinetta, we went to Bronx River to interview Hassan Campbell. And that was the episode itself, right? So I took him to Bronx River. This Harlem cat, Sinetta, I took him to Bronx River. There's one way in, one way out, right? So, suit up or boot up, suit up and boot up, because you're going into Hassan is beefing with Bam, and people in his projects are very loyal to Bam. So I told Sinetta, suit up or boot up. And there you go. So what else
Are you going to the funeral? Or
No.
is there going to be like a public funeral?
I don't know where he died. I don't know.
They say he died in Pennsylvania. That's what I'm saying. Like when you say he's powerful, my original question, thank you for sharing, but my original question was more, all across the country they're talking about him, but I don't know 100% that they were aware. Because most people don't. I mean, it was in the 70s and 80s and stuff like that. But it's just there are people actually coming out defending him, kind of talking about his career and how transformative he was. But it's just but then you got people saying it. And I think people know a lot of the rumors, but nobody really knows a lot of the in-depth stuff. But that was it. It wasn't really. I appreciate you.
People again, Bam, as far as it goes, as far as a entertainer that was generous to his population, Bam was generous to his population. Bam gave people a way out that we can actually get into these clubs in New York City, not the local clubs, but in New York City. That Bam was an entry point to Black artists getting into clubs, right, in New York City with white people. Then if we could get in there, then the real opportunists can happen, or opportunity for us, right? Meaning the population. We could rob, we could sell drugs, we could and engage in, watch this, the things that they accused Bam of, that was already going on in New York City. You ever heard the word chicken? You know what a chicken is? In New
No,
York?
sir.
Chicken in the Village in New York City, from Times Square to the Village, was white men, the sex trade of white men and young white people, young white men, and they were called chickens. And so there was host rows of young poor white kids, right, that were being sold in New York, trafficked in New York for sex, right?
Yeah. New York is the wildest place on the earth. This is crazy. I ain't never going to New York.
Yeah. So around Times Square, you could see the women, but you will also see young white kids. And when you're coming out of these porn theaters, because New York and 42nd Street had more than 50 establishments that sold some element of porn. You had this peep shows, you had movie theaters, you had sex shops, right? Then you would see, if you look after you pass through the prostitutes, right? If you look closely, then you would see a bunch of young white men, and they were being bought in New York. And it got even worse, where they were kind of like trafficked, right? Held. They were exclusive. They were escorts. And then you had the male modeling organizations that tapped into that shit too. You always see the females, but if you look close, if you knew the world, you would always see the boys. It was young white men. But then Black men in the same situation began to advertise their services. Right? Now, this was what happened in New York. So now we go downtown, and it all comes full circle. But Bam did his personal stuff. Not excusing none of it, because we were engaged in things like menages, where you have orgies and menages. And man, I could tell you, man, some of the people that I know used to get clowned because they was being in the menages, and where organs are flying here, and you're either too close, you get hit with it was, and then the stories would come back, and it'd be like, yo, you gay. What do you mean I'm gay? Yo, you got splatter all over your face, yo. I can go further and further, but we called it freaky deaky. And so this freaky deaky is a concept of anything goes in sex, right? You know what say what's in Vegas stays in Vegas. Well, in the freaky deakies with these menages, a lot of things went wrong, y'all. A lot of things went wrong. Now, that was the environment that we were in, and Bam had his demons. So what else do you want to know? I got 2 more minutes.
No. That was I really just wanted to know, what the city was saying. I mean, I appreciate your thoughts, but
you ever watch my video on? I have a video called "Prequel to Sex, Money, and Murder." You ever
is
watch
it on
that?
your? You got the link, and you put the link in the. I'm familiar with Sex, Money, and Murder. Can you drop the link in the Discord? I'll definitely watch it.
You can spell it. It's called prequel to Sex, Money, and Murder.
Okay, I just
YouTube it. Prequel to Sex, Money, and Murder, and you will see me in my projects doing talking about my projects. And I don't know, it has 50,000-60,000 views, maybe more, 70,000 views.
Oh, that's
you won't see anybody who watched it of all the comments say anything that I was saying that was not wrong.
Okay.
I talk about the environment. I show you where I live, showed you the rooftop. I showed you, I go up on a block where they were selling, I talk about sex, money, and murder in Castle Hill before it happened. Yeah, and you can see if anybody in that, of all the people that visited, they leave their comments. You could see if Reggie is a fraud. Nobody's gonna say that Reggie. I fit my part in Castle Hill projects. I grew up with General Yohana. General Yohana is from my projects. I graduated from high school at the same with him. Right? His brother was a close friend of mine. I knew Commanding General Yohana of ISUPK. He was a good dude, strong dude in the projects. Wasn't a drug dealer, wasn't any of those things. He was positive in my projects. I wasn't so positive. He was way more positive than me in the projects. So they could call me names, whatever you want to call me, sucker, Reg. You could talk to me like Stu Peace talks to me. I'm an old man now. I don't think old men should be calling people old men. But in my projects, I don't think that you would get away with it. I don't think at all that I would let you get away with it, and you could just take it like that. I'm not that person anymore, but I could tell you, I'll wait for you. You wouldn't get away. I promise you, I will wait for you. Right? And let me just tell you a personal story about me before I go. One of the things that changed my life, right? This is just before I went to college. I had a rifle. It was a rifle in James Bond, right? It was one of those rifles that you could put everything into the butt. You could put the shooting part.
Once again, pause. I know it's a personal story, but that was a wild statement. I'm gonna just say pause. Keep going.
No, the butt of the barrel.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It was a assassin's rifle, and I had thousands of rounds of ammunition, right? And a friend of mine who we got together to purchase this rifle, he sold his share of the rifle to this guy in Monroe Projects, and he told me that I don't know, it was something like $400. He says, Reg, just go. He got your money. Go to the projects. Go to Monroe, get your money, no problem. So I go about twice, and he's not there. Can't find him in the street. So I go to his house. So I go to his house with a gun to get my money. And the thing that changed my life was I knocked on his door, and his mother opened up the door, and she said, "Hi, how are you doing?" Yeah, he's she didn't know me from Jack. She was just a sweet country woman, right? from the South, looked like my mother. She said, "Oh, he's in the room." So I go into the room and I'm like, "Yo, where's my money?" Right? And knowing full well what I was going to do was take the money, but then I wasn't, in my crazy mind, being the age that I was, I knew what I was going to do. And I'll just leave it like that. But the thing that changed my mind was his mother.
Did he give you your money?
He gave me, instead of it, he gave me some other illegal stuff. He didn't have the cash. He didn't have all the cash, so he gave me the equivalent of it in
I got you.
And now I have this pistol in my pocket. I have contraband, and but then I also had my morality, right? And I was like, "Reg, what kind of person you are? Are you, Reg, are you a monster?" Because I was high. I was high as a kite when I knocked on that door, and I gathered myself, and that's one of the things that changed my life in my moral sense. This is before Black Studies. I said, "Reg, I mean, that was him and his mother, right? Sure, there was no witnesses, there was nothing. There was nothing. It was easy. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I had to just take what I could take, right? And then luckily on the way home, we didn't get stopped because the person that drove me there, he had no license. He borrowed his father's car, right? So we got drugs and we got guns. Well, but that changed my life. But I'm not that person anymore. But when I hear all of this extra BS and stuff like that, I just reminisce. I said, "You would never get away with that. You can get away with it now." And I'm talking to the Prince Sheffrin. Can't get away with nothing with Sheffrin. Zin in now, right? So I'm like, I end my conversation. But
shouts to you. Be safe in your travels today, Reggie. I know you're late for your appointment.
Yeah, I'm late for an appointment I want to do. But peace. Take
Yes,
care
sir. Peace to you. Yes, sir. I thought that was fire, bro. The level of the amount of people talking about Afrika Bambaataa at this point, but they don't really know. Like, they know the rumors, they know the facts. Some people know facts, it's a fact. But that's why you would ask somebody like Reggie about Bambaataa, not to kind of troll, but to ask, like, I mean, he made a couple statements in there that, I mean, shit, I wasn't aware of. I wasn't aware of a lot of the stuff that he was saying. Sometimes transparency or honesty, we could laugh at it or make jokes about it. In the same token, that level of transparency and honesty shows people's different perspectives on things. I vilified Reggie about that topic when he spoke on the Sonetta. But then when I talked to him after that, when we got into our own discords and I was able to talk to him, I kind of understood, not that I would ever agree with Bambaataa, he's a sick ass nigga, but in the same token, I understood how something like that could happen and how they view, they kind of viewed the guy like, whatever he was doing, it wasn't right, and I don't co-sign it. I can't say that enough. But for me to put my views from the outside looking in onto him who lived there just wasn't fair. So I'm glad that we actually kind of sorted that out. And even in his candor and transparency just now talking about Bambaataa and what he was doing, it still sounds weird to me. It still sounds foreign to me, probably like a lot of people. But it's good to hear from somebody that's closest to it to kind of get into the mind of those people who would allow him to do these things per se, but then you know, how he was able to stay out of jail for almost 50 years for obvious crimes that he committed against humanity, against children, against other men, apparently, from what I'm hearing. But I don't know. I thought that was interesting. What say y'all or if y'all even want to close out? I kind of thought the conversation was dying down. Politics is not as exciting, apparently, as Black Egypt. And people ask me why I don't like to talk about politics all the time, because it ain't something that's entertaining. It's kind of like a niche thing for people that like to talk about politics. Trump, you're really talking about personalities. It's not really a political conversation. It's more of a trending topic. But politics, the actual block city plans, how governments make interlocal agreements, that's more stuff that you go to school, and people who went to school for it or something, they kind of get excited about stuff like that. But what say y'all? You know, everybody is pretty much. We can close out, or what y'all want to do? Oh, y'all want to?
Damn, Kyle. I wish Kyle was up here. We was talking about the mayor aspect of the city plan and stuff. So I know Kyle has a lot of insight on that. You were involved in the convention for Black mayors, so
yeah.
Nah, I mean, you know, shout outs to Reggie, man. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate him coming through. That's definitely what's up.
It actually was worse than what we thought it was, though. Logic. I mean, because now if people felt like it was worse. I mean, if you talking about, see, like, I don't picture pedophilia, but I never really put the thought of when someone says pedophile or this, that, and the other, I don't hear the terms wine and dine and taking niggas shopping, and because I go, even when Diddy, I think the famous, was it the joke? Diddy told what's that rapping ass nigga from New York?
50.
Nah, not 50. Yeah, it was 50. Yeah, it was 50. Yeah.
He told 50 he was gonna take him shopping.
Yeah, he's like, bro. He said, when we gonna go shopping? And I always knew that was like some disrespectful shit, but I didn't really. Now hearing that, that kind of lets me know, like, it was even bigger. The joke is a joke, but shit, 50 was probably. I mean, I'm pretty sure 50 was aware of Bambaataa and what them connotations would be like. Like, yeah, I'll take you shopping. And now Diddy asking 50 to go shopping sounds even crazier, knowing that was like Bambaataa's MO, how he'll get hold to you.
Nah, I mean, it don't get worse.
To do this without laughing, Logic.
First of all, it don't get worse that the stairwell is unsafe and everybody know it and don't nobody say nothing about it. Okay, that already don't. There ain't no worse than that. But I mean, you know, there's just a lot of things that, like, you got to be implying when you say certain things. Like, how does a person get a reputation for taking other men shopping while it being a secret? Like, that's not, you can't, that ain't no secret. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just say he got a reputation for doing this. So clearly the whole neighborhood, or at least a group of people, are aware that that's just like normal for him. Like, you wouldn't be surprised if you seen somebody going shopping with this, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. To me, that kind of stuff kind of been clear to me, Braz. Like that. There's got to be like a group effort to kind of keep hush on a lot of these things.
He's a big man, big wolf.
He was saying that not just the men.
He was saying. When I come back, you too, Lola.
Man, will you mute your fucking mic?
All right.
Go ahead, Arthur.
Yeah, no, he was saying not just the men, but also the women, which I assume some of these women probably were girls, right? Was getting raped in the stairwell, and a bunch of grown men was watching this and weren't protecting them.
But if you look at how he explained it, really, not saying that you can understand it, I'm just saying it puts more of an understanding, because I mean, from the outside looking in, you would be like, how the fuck is this dude? Like, you know, I didn't ask questions. I didn't ask Cuban, like, how is this nigga not dead? And then why are some people acting like the shit didn't happen, but then there's other people that are like 100% locked in that he was doing the shit. So what it seems like to me, it seemed not a coordinated effort. I don't know if that's the best description, but it seems like it was like an open secret.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
because
you know,
even in what he
I
was
don't
saying,
think it
he
was
was
an
saying
open secret. I think you talking about like a neighborhood culture, because it wasn't just him. Remember?
well, according to what Reggie
that's a
said,
fact.
even with Cuban, he said he had to convince Cuban. Like Cuban was ready to
Man,
fucking
Reggie had a story where he said the Bambaataa wasn't even the worst, bruh. And then he said something about some black hands, something like, yeah.
No,
So
he's
like it's
talking
a
about
whole.
the Preacher Crew. What it was he was saying there's a guy in the Bronx. You can look it up. He was it's called the Black Hand of Death. He actually was involved with music. There's a rapper out there in the Bronx, Graf. I think his name is Graf. He was an artist on Black Hand, and the Preacher Crew with the Black Hand of Death. They was like a bank robbery crew during that time, and then they got into I think it's a weird name. I don't know. You gotta look it up, but it was the Preacher Crew. But I mean, even if he's saying he's not the worst, I mean, I get that part. I'm just saying it's interesting to hear when he was talking about how it seemed like they almost let Bambaataa get away with this because he started talking about black clubs and nobody had ever made it and stuff like that. It's interesting to hear how they rationalize Bambaataa, right? Or try to make this seem, it'll be almost like somebody trying to describe to us Godzilla. Like how Godzilla is somehow good for, when he destroys all the buildings, the grass grows and, all of that. I don't know.
Right. He said
like,
the grass.
Nah, if you watch, there's
but I feel what you're saying. I know what you mean by saying.
Yeah, like he done fucked up the whole goddamn city. But hey, look over there. So we ain't had a patch of grass in the city in decades. So and the funny thing about Godzilla, for people who follow that, I'm a fan of it. They have a show called Legacy of Monsters on Apple, and that's kind of like the narrative that
I've been watching it for last 2 seasons.
Yeah, and that's the narrative they kind of do. Like, there's got to be a symbiotic, rather than trying to kill the monsters and get rid of them. There was always a symbiotic relationship of, we're supposed to live with these things and live symbiotically. They kind of got into it in the last movie. I never knew that about Godzilla, where they was like, because that was always my question of like, yeah, but when this nigga come through, like, y'all think he's like a winner. But if you actually pay attention to them fights with Godzilla, he damn near destroyed the whole fucking every goddamn thing, even with the Avengers. Remember they got into that where they was talking about how they had to kind of rein Hulk in, because every time this nigga would fight, I mean, yeah, he's saving us from whoever, but he done killed 10,000 motherfuckers trying to do it.
Yeah, it was like Shield is like, we gotta regulate y'all motherfuckers. Y'all cause too much. Y'all cause too much death and destruction.
Like, we appreciate you stopping the aliens, but goddamn, can you keep a couple of these hospitals up when you doing this shit? But that's it, bro. I've never heard. That's why, like, listen. I know these are like risque conversations, and it's kind of silly to an extent, but then also, you gotta even there's somebody in the chat named Ola Risha Creole. I think he's familiar with Preacher Crew too. But even he said, he was like, Bam was feeding people and they wasn't gonna go against him no matter the crime. Now, yeah, he was committing crimes against humanity, but I mean, when the drug dealers is passing out turkeys and shit, I'm not trying to compare the two crimes, but I've seen it with my own two fucking eyes. Drug dealers, and this ain't New Jack City, that was some real shit. Where these niggas was passing out turkeys and shit, and the same niggas that's tearing the fucking community apart, they get a pass because on Christmas they pass out gifts, and fucking, if you need a couple dollars, you can go to them for your light bill, or they stand on a truck and pass out turkeys and shit. I've seen that shit before. So I don't want to equate both crimes. They're both terrible, but it's funny the things that because somebody is basically you looking at the positive and you're kind of like looking away from the negative, if that makes sense. But we ain't gotta talk about it. I think everybody's pretty much busy.
I mean, you know, that's a lot, man. The Bronx is a crazy place, and Kyle kind of summed it up. It damn near seemed like it ain't even happening on Earth after a minute, but you know that's kind of unfortunate.
What'd you say?
It's just kind of it's kind of unfortunate a little bit. You know what I mean?
I think this also does feed the narrative in this community. It's funny because I guess this community, all the people was kind of watching Sonetta per se, but this does kind of further the thought that like these New York niggas, man. God damn, bro, nigga, you might, and you taking a flight, you might not even want to have your one stop in New York, just for the fear of like the shit that, bro. I guess we could delve deep into like different people's cities, but between like the shit that was going on with the Black Hand and Bambaataa and Sex Money Murder, and every city got their bullshit, I would agree. But it just seems like it's so much sexual shit in New York. I don't know. I mean, am I overdoing it?
It's not you. It's not you. Like it's like there's an insane amount of just sexual deviance, that seems to just be rampant to where people ain't even like calling the police on it no more. You know what I'm saying?
Jump in the chat if you can, because
like the solution is to just don't take the stairs, because you ain't got, you know what I'm saying? Like that's all you could do. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said, you know what, it was crazy. But it's gotta be something. It's gotta be something about. I don't want to make this about what Reggie experience is, because he lived there and I don't. But it's just crazy, man.
When you say it, listen, all I know is maybe the what's the word? Maybe it's because of like who we're talking to, or the community, or the chat that we're talking to. Even in the chat, this entire time they've been having I've been ignoring them. You gotta mute your background, Chef. The chat has been having like an open conversation on New York, and I know New York catches a lot of hell, right? Because I think people are aware because of the community. But when you look at it, York was in New York, Polite was in New York, Bam is in New York. Now I'm pretty sure you can go worldwide and this, that, and the other, but New York specifically in their crime, it's a lot of some of the largest figures. It's a lot of like sexual stuff. It's a lot of drug guys too, Alpo, Frank Lucas, all of those guys. But it's just a level of like I mean, we had crime in Ohio, and I'm sure you could find that. But these large figures, maybe if we looked at other cities, maybe we should do that. Not look for it, but kind of like move it to the portion of, you know, New York is New York, but it ain't what's the word? It ain't like necessarily a New York issue. It's just an everywhere issue. But I don't know. Psycho, you jumped in here. I kind of agree it's a reason to hate on New York, but you can't deny the level of sexual deviancy in a lot of these conversations when we talk about New York. It's not hate. These are facts. York was convicted in a New York City court as the most prolific child predator in history. That's New York.
Who called it hate? Who said that y'all was hating?
Psycho said this is a reason to hate on New York, and Hit said we're at the portion of the black people ain't shit part.
What?
Yeah, I know Hits. I know me and Hits have other conversations. I know where he's necessarily going, and he's also, conversating in the chat because he can't get on.
We're not supposed to discuss it. Like what? Like
I don't know. Psycho said his hate, but he in here. He in here.
Was,
right there.
Was Bambaataa and York molesting black people?
No,
or was they molesting?
That's not
What
what.
was that?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these people are innocent of anything. I was addressing the statement that was being made about how this is kind of validating people's negative opinions about New York.
No. We weren't saying validate. No. We were just saying a lot of the people, Psycho, just so we clear before you get started. We weren't validating the opinions of people on New York. Niggas gonna hate. I get that part. I'm just saying, when you look at it is like a lot of this major deviancy to that level. It is a lot of New York shit. We don't talk about a lot of other cities. Now I know York, he was in Atlanta, I think, when he did the majority of these crimes that he got convicted for, Georgia, whatever. But he's from New York. Polite.
Yeah.
Where whatever happened, wherever, he's from New York. So that was all I was saying.
Okay. Why don't Chicago get that heat?
So talk about it.
Chicago had Elijah Muhammad, who slept with all types of little ass kids back decades ago.
Hold on, Psycho.
Wait.
That's not the same, Psycho.
Psycho, wait. I gotta change the title.
That's not the same, Psycho.
No, Chef. Gotta let him talk. But I gotta change the title. If you can't say Elijah Muhammad was a pedophile, I don't change the title.
Yes.
He wasn't no pedophile.
I don't care, but he wasn't.
Go ahead.
No, he wasn't no pedophile.
Elijah's son lied on him. You gonna have to keep that up with Elijah's son, because that's what Elijah's son said, and he told Malcolm. Yes, he did. He found out from Elijah's son. Elijah's son told Malcolm that.
Not that
I
he
didn't
was a pedophile.
I didn't know
Not
this.
that he was a pedophile.
Yes,
that he had extramarital relations with younger women. That ain't no pedophile.
No, they was underage. They was underage.
No, they was not.
Yeah, that's what his son said.
His
so you
son
gotta take that up with his son. You gotta get they call his son a liar, because that's what his son said. I'm just quoting his son.
Can you give him like 3 to 5 minutes to at least explain it? Where are you getting this information from?
I just told you, Elijah's son. That's where Malcolm got it from.
Where's this at, so we can go look at it? Because I never heard that. I've never heard it before in my life.
I just want to finish. I just want to be able to finish my statement. That's
okay,
all.
go ahead. Finish the statement.
We got kind of lay it out, and then y'all can attack me after I lay it out.
Okay.
Now again, Chicago don't get that smoke. Yeah, I mentioned Elijah Muhammad, R. Kelly. Shit, do I have to source? I might have to source up with R. Kelly too, because we're gonna pretend like that didn't happen. What about Kanye West, who sat up there and admitted that he raped his own cousin that was 7 years younger than him, and everything else when they was kids? How come we're not talking about all the water in Chicago? But no, Chicago don't get that same smoke as New York, because everybody hates New York and everything else. And I'm not even a New York dude. I'm a Jersey dude, but I'm not stupid either. I know when people talk about New York, they are also a group in Jersey, North Jersey in particular. So I know where the smoke's coming from. And like I said, this extends beyond this whole PDF file stuff. I'm just saying this is smoke and angst towards the East Coast. And whenever I point it out, people try to gaslight me like I'm bugging out and I'm going crazy. Like that whole FBA movement ain't a whole anti-East Coast movement. Most of the people you hear talk this anti-New York stuff and anti-East Coast stuff are all a bunch of FBA Southern worshipers who worship the South, sit up here and talk all crazy about the East Coast, try to snatch the origins of hip-hop from the East Coast. They done took it that damn far to where East Coast didn't even create hip-hop any goddamn more. East Coast don't do nothing. We got all the PDF files, everything else. We're gonna pretend like California ain't got PDF files, Chicago don't got PDF files. Don't get me started on Atlanta. All the accusations that come up out of there, nobody say nothing about them, like they ain't the gay capital of the world. But all of a sudden now it gotta be like people just look for a reason to hate on this area. Now it just so happened that a lot of these names y'all mentioned do come from this area and everything else. That's because it's like 40 billion people in New York. So obviously the numbers are going to be swayed towards New York, that more stuff is going to happen there than other places, just due to the numbers alone. Right. So that's what I was saying. And so most of the big name people, they live out here. If they came from out here, moved somewhere else, whatever the case may be. So yeah, I get that part of it. But like I said in the chat, this whole anti-East Coast thing, that's what's driving these conversations. Like, look, it's these New York niggas. It's always these New York niggas. It's these East Coast niggas. It's these East Coast niggas. This is what I be hearing all the time. And it's not just the PDF file thing. Like I said, it extends outside of that. I'm done. Let me go find that source. I'm gonna find that source.
Yeah.
So
I'm clear on the other people. Just I never heard that about Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on Elijah Muhammad being a pedophile. And if Bambaataa and them, if the story is Bambaataa and them and Reggie and them is confirming the level of decadency that was going on in these neighborhoods, even Mike Tyson even talked about it in the late 70s and the 80s of little kids being molested. You know what I mean? Like that was a big issue. You dig what I'm saying? And so, you know what I mean? But the Elijah Muhammad part, right? I heard he was sleeping with young women, but the young women was of age, I thought. Like we even
that's what the cult members told you. That's what the cult members told you. Yeah, I know that's what they say, but it says right here. I'm trying. I don't even know how to share my screen on.
No. Just tell me what it is. Put it in the back chat. Pause.
Okay. I'll read it and I'll put it there. It says Wallace was the one who first informed Wallace Muhammad was one of the first to inform Malcolm X about Elijah Muhammad's adulterous relationships with teenage secretaries in the Nation of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me go post that in what you call it. Give me 1 second.
Now teenage don't mean underage. You know what I mean? Like 18 and 19 is still teenagers.
What? Say? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay,
18 and 19 are still teenagers.
Yeah, but I think he probably ain't talking about 18 and 19-year-olds. He's probably talking about 14, 15. If he's making that clarity. Because how old would Elijah Muhammad be at this time?
In the hundreds.
At least in 60s, at least.
So he was in it, even 60s now, Chef. Whether it's legal or not legal, a 60-year-old man.
No, I ain't saying it ain't disgusting.
Yeah,
I'm not saying what he did wasn't disgusting, but I'm saying that the record proves that those women were of what we call legal age. You dig what I'm saying? Like, because like a lot of them were still alive. We had their birth certificates. So if you go back to the time when they had their children, they were clearly, you dig what I'm saying?
I didn't see none of their birth certificates. You saw their birth certificates?
No, but they ain't nobody never say he was a pedophile. If you put the birth dates,
people said it. Clearly. That's why they had that one time where Farrakhan had got up there and got like one or two of those secretaries back then that just so happened to be down with the nation.
Hold on, wait. I just want to know, did you say Farrakhan on purpose, or was that a slip of the tongue?
That's what I call him.
Okay, no, go ahead. I just wanted to say, go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, when he was on stage and he brought those two sisters out that was saying that Malcolm was a liar. They was calling Malcolm a liar and everything and third. I don't believe those cult members. I didn't see they didn't show no evidence of nothing. They were just saying things. Like so, and that's because they still down with the nation and they don't want to make the nation look bad. So I don't they're gonna have to prove it to me. That's why I asked, did you see the actual birth certificate?
No, but the point to bring Elijah Muhammad up and say that, to compare him, to put him in some type of same light as African Bambaataa, I think that was just that was a little bit too much. You feel me?
Was it too?
I mean,
I see where you go.
If it's proven that they're younger,
I didn't understand what
the only difference would be that one is a gay act and the other one isn't. That would be the only difference, right?
Yes.
So Elijah Muhammad. This is a little bit too much for my small brain at this moment. So how long was he doing this though? Allegedly
he was going on for years with multiple secretaries. I just say that.
Bro.
If they were secretaries, do you think that they were 14 years old?
They could have been, because the first secretary of the Nation of Islam was only like 15, 16 or something, and she was
that was back in the 30s.
Right, correct, yes. So I don't know how old they could. I know they could have been teenagers. Because they wasn't opposed to having 15 and 16-year-olds be secretaries.
Okay.
I never heard this, bro.
Yeah, I mean, when
I know it was women, and I know it was multiple babies, but I didn't know that it was children per se. I didn't know that.
Right.
If we talking about cities, right? If we keeping it on cities too, I couldn't get anything race specific, but when we talking about the top 10 cities with the most sex offenders per capita, number 1 is Wilmington, Delaware. Number 2 is Orlando, Florida. Number 3 is Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Number 4 is Helena, Montana. 5, Las Vegas. 6, Richmond, Virginia. 7, Bismarck, North Dakota. 8,
I knew them
Louisville,
Richmond. I knew them Richmond niggas was gonna be.
Yeah, them damn Richmond. Top 10. Them damn
Richmond. Nasty Richmond.
Hey,
to put it shortly,
you know what? And all Fetty talk about is, us it's a hiccup here. He ain't tell us they was getting their York. They're getting their York on out there. You conveniently left that shit out.
out of the top 20, New York's not in the top 20.
But now let's be fair about sex. Let's be fair about sex crimes though. A lot of them
people don't report.
Crazy.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
It goes unreported.
Yeah.
Well, that holds true. That holds true,
especially in the black community. Anyway,
that means if Richmond, Virginia, got 61 registered people for every 10,000 residents,
7,000.
Come on.
Oh yeah, they disgusting. Just imagine what they ain't reporting.
Exactly.
But Psycho. No, I understand where you're going from. Hey, somebody just said Dr. York was from Jersey. That's true.
God, chill out. No, the fuck he's not.
No, somebody just said he's from Jersey.
No, the fuck he's not.
Somebody just said that nigga from Jersey. Give me a second. I gotta look this
I never heard.
I don't want to look it up on my phone. One of y'all look it up on your phone.
I wanted to know if you correlated those stats with prison record. Because one of the things people is leaving out of this conversation is
y'all said
what was going on in prison from the 70s to the 80s until the late 90s. The change with a generation.
It's a lot of freaky deaky going on in Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, Virginia is top 10 sexual predator list. Now go run them stats, data man. Tell me the IQ level of them Richmond niggas.
Look, y'all ain't trying to go city for city.
They'll write a book about y'all.
I don't believe y'all.
Y'all niggas nasty as hell in Richmond.
Hey, yo, who the fuck pulled that stat up, yo?
Drew.
That's why I asked them to
y'all over here talking about New York like y'all don't fucking know I live here. Y'all don't fucking know I live here.
You from Jersey? I need to know about York. York from Jersey, I need to know.
I'm trying to figure out how Richmond get into this.
Stop claiming this shit if York from Jersey.
York from
Brooklyn. Going back to Ohio.
York is from Brooklyn. And
the Thema said he's from Jersey.
I said he's Psycho.
He's not from no fucking Jersey.
Oh, wait, you
He's
said
not
that
from
shit
no
and you ain't
Jersey.
even know?
Go get the fucking source. Go get the source.
Wait a second. You said he's from Jersey and you didn't even know? Really? You just
He
said
was
that?
born in Baltimore. He was born in Baltimore. Matter of fact,
Well, he
hold
didn't.
up,
Fuck that. He's from Jamaica.
Jersey, Jersey, and New York don't got to hold this L. He was born in Baltimore. That's where he was born at. So Baltimore got
Wait a minute.
Oh, so the nigga laughing.
Wait a minute.
They're responsible for the worst nigga in history. Damn.
Oh, Baltimore.
Oh no, where the fuck we from, boy?
I'm never letting you live this down.
Hey yo, I don't believe y'all niggas.
That nigga was born in Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh, that's Wikipedia. That's what Wikipedia says. That's what Wikipedia says.
Don't even know that nigga.
That's what Wikipedia says.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't know. He was born in Baltimore, nigga. That is crazy, bro. Hey, and Anathema, since you just want to throw, I'm pretty sure Jamaica got some strong predation going on down there too, bro. Since you want to just throw York, you just threw York and Jersey. You didn't know what the hell you was talking about. Hey Green, y'all got a lot of Bati boy business down there in Jamaica.
That's why we burn it out in song. That's why we burn it out in song. Y'all don't burn it out in your song because you're free.
I don't understand. You're doing too much accent and shit on it. Y'all can't understand the words you saying. Hey Greenleaf, will you keep saying do a show on this? Do a show on what? Greenleaf. Matter of fact, Greenleaf is a fly ass show on Netflix, by the way, if anybody will check it out.
The church show, I watched it.
Yes, it's pretty fly. Now that we have established that Dr. York, Malachi Z. York was born in Baltimore, Maryland.
Don't believe no dumb shit like that.
Bro, it's the internet age, bro. You can deny it. You can deny the shit all you want. Nobody wants that nigga from their city.
Nobody want to hold that up. Nobody want to hold
Yo,
that
wait, hold on. How the fuck he go from Brooklyn to Newark to Baltimore?
That nigga, he a special nigga, bro.
Hey, I'm looking up them stats. Y'all niggas lying. Y'all lying.
Y'all
niggas lying.
Y'all
niggas lying.
York from Richmond, Virginia, too.
Man, don't even put that on that, bro.
That nigga he was born in Richmond and moved to Baltimore at a young age.
No, the reason I was asking, true is to correlate them stats with prison record because in Virginia, right, don't Richmond have the most niggas that run the prison? They got like the most amount of people in the prison.
I don't know. You gotta ask Fetty.
Richmond City for sure. Yeah, Richmond City, wild as a bitch.
So so I think a lot of these people, that's one of the elephants in the room. People don't talk about that. There was, that predation came, with that.
You be adding D's on predation, but Paul, and you muted yourself out. We can't hear you. But
that's the wrong person to lock up with the grammar police, and he.
No, he muted himself. We didn't mute him.
Oh, I didn't mean to mute myself. But yo, did you hear me? I said.
No, you muted yourself.
Oh, what I was saying is if you correlated that with prison population, because of that 60s, 70s, 80s prison population was heavily into that rape shit and all of that. And a lot of those people came in the community with those predatory habits. But in the 90s and the early 2000s, people changed that direction. So you did have that culture, I think, across America in the Black community. And that's why I asked him to correlate that because I know that predatory culture that is represented by York's attacks on.
He ain't lying though. You heard what a Glock Dookie is, bro? I heard Chicago niggas talk about Glock Dookies and shit. I'm like, oh yeah, that's some wild gay ass shit right there. Niggas is assaulting you and doing wild shit. I'm like, oh nah.
But I never heard the theory of that the predation, because we're saying in the Black community, but that's a human thing. I ain't like a specifically Black community. Like if you're saying
those stats I think that Glock Dookie shit some Black community.
The stat I just read was not.
Hey, it's too many niggas talking. Too many niggas talking.
Anthema, before you go further.
I was referring back to when Reggie was talking. He was talking about the booty bandits coming home from prison, and people knew that they was locked up, and it was a terrorist thing, and this, and that. And this was in the community. I'm not necessarily be speaking to the other communities and saying they didn't have this problem. I'm just highlighting things that could have affected this and why this was symptomatic of something, some larger issue in the community. Because as Psycho said, it's not just limited to one city, one region, because this organization was so influential and the leader got caught for this type of behavior. And then it becomes revealed that it was endemic and symptomatic in this area in the Bronx. And that I think that's likely to be in other areas, though there's not a prominent figure to highlight it with. And I'm trying to see that, especially when he brought those statistics out, I said, did he correlate that with prison population?
Yeah, but those statistics, I preface by saying it wasn't race specific. You know what I mean? Like it was neutral on race.
Oh,
so
just people. Okay.
Yeah, it was just people.
Yeah,
when I attempted to look up race specific, I couldn't find anything race specific.
Well, that's why I said, did you correlate it just with prison population in general?
No, because I'm not going to make the argument like white men were mass incarcerated, because they would be included in that per capita number I just gave.
That's a good point.
So, like, unless we're going to make the
What
argument,
numbers were you giving? I missed the numbers.
it was the per capita top 20 cities with child sex offenders.
Just run
It
through
was
the
given-
top
My
10.
argument wasn't about mass incarceration necessarily.
Hold on,
Like,
Buddha. Go
They
ahead.
gotta give me the exact numbers, but like as far as like the top 10 and whatever, like what was it?
It's about predatory behavior.
Double. I gotta grab it again.
Oh,
I put it.
I thought you had it in front of you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but it was like the number one was something like Wilmington,
It was
Delaware.
Wilmington, Delaware, Sioux City Falls,
Yeah.
wherever Fetty was from.
Hey, bro, chill out, bro. Chill out, bro. Don't
Bro,
sweat
he
it, bro.
said
Chill out.
Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond, Virginia. Matter of fact, West
I ain't
Virginia
never
was
heard of
on it. West Virginia had about 2 cities on that shit.
You know what that is?
Yeah.
I just looked it up. I don't believe. I just looked it up. I don't see Richmond on there.
What's your number? What numbers? What numbers are you saying? What are you seeing? What you looked up?
I don't see Richmond on there. I don't see Richmond on there. I'm
you
trying
ain't
to figure
looking
out
up.
what.
You just trying
Trying
to
to figure out
deny
where
it.
he got. I'm dead ass looking at it right now.
All right. So what
I'm
do you?
trying to figure out where he got that from.
What's the cities? If you're looking at it right now, what are the
Source I'm looking at is United States cities ranked by the frequency of sex offenders. That's what y'all was talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Hold on. All right,
So what
the
is it?
top
Go
cities.
through your list.
I mean, nigga, I'm telling you why I'm driving, nigga. You want me to?
No, listen.
Number 10. Hold on. Number 10, Cheyenne, Wyoming. Number 9, Hartford, Connecticut. Number 8, Louisville. Number 7, Bismarck, North Dakota. Oh shit, damn, we number 6.
Is this per? Yeah, exactly.
Wait.
Exactly.
Keep going.
Exactly.
Number 6.
Exactly.
Number 5, Las Vegas. Number 5, Las Vegas, Nevada. Number 4, Helena, Montana.
Yeah.
Number 3, Sioux Falls or Sioux Falls,
City
South
Falls.
Dakota.
Sioux Falls.
Number 2, Orlando, Florida, and number 1, Wilmington.
Yeah, y'all reading the same list. It's
Yeah,
the same
same
exact
list.
list.
It's the same exact list.
Yeah, y'all some freaky niggas in Richmond, Virginia. Like we said the
And
first time.
New York is not there.
New York
New
ain't
York
even on the list.
ain't even top
California
20.
ain't there.
It's not even
California
top
not
20.
there. Like
As
I
much
said,
as
it
we
be
talk
these
about New
small-
York,
it
it's
be these
not
small
even fucking
towns.
top 20.
It be these small towns. You just don't hear about it because they smaller towns.
Yeah, and I think another thing too with it, Psycho. I think either you or I think Anathema made a good point when he said that it's not the large figures. You pay attention so much to the large figures and the large names.
Right.
You're not actually paying attention to the place where the crimes is actually happening. So I think that's key to kind of get some clarity on that. When you hear
Now,
like
do the big names come from? Do a lot of the big names come from out here? Yeah, that's because it's a lot of
It's
people
New York,
out here
it's
known.
New York City per se.
Yeah, a lot of people out
like
here
you're gonna
known.
get
So
that fanfare per se.
Yeah, I mean, they on a bigger stage. You gonna get that attention. You on a bigger stage, but if we really care about the crime, man, there's a lot of worse places than New York City or anywhere in Jersey.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I don't know necessarily based on these numbers today, but the way Reggie describes the Bronx in the 70s and 80s, that shit, listen, yes, it was a lot of crime. Yes, it was a lot of the black space, the gangs and all of that. But the level of sexual deviancy, the way he describes it, it's almost like the same way it was an open air market for drugs, it was the sexual crimes.
Yeah. Like I'm a 70s baby, so I ain't lead the porch into the 80s. So I don't know nothing about what was going on in the 70s out in Bronx River.
Did you hear him talking about the Bronx?
You had to take a deep breath before you said just you said
you had to be careful. But did you see, bro? Did you hear like what is so when Reggie talks about it, it's very vivid. But like some of that shit, like the book and the what Bambaataa actually liked and all of that wild shit. What's crazy is like that's what I mean by these open secrets, Psycho. It's like it was a secret, but everybody was aware even of the intricacies of what this man was doing. They knew what he liked, what he was,
right. They knew
like
type and all kind of shit, yo.
Like, could you imagine being seen at dinner with Bambaataa in the 80s and you like, hey, no, we just shit like he had a plan, how he did it. His plan was so
he was running
known. Yeah, he had a system. He had such a system, Psycho, that motherfuckers would see people like progressing through the system and having to step in like, nah, chill out. I know, dude. Like, take him out your MLM or whatever you like. Yeah, he was running that shit like multi-level market.
Stop contacting this nigga. Like, yeah, I fuck with him.
Yeah, like I fuck with him, bro. Leave him off the list. But the funny thing is, and this is the part that struck me before when Reggie was talking on Sarnetta's show. And this is how I did get to some level of clarity with him. The thing that tripped me out before about what he was saying was, it's like you'll say, how can I put this? Like they said they saw Reggie, the guy saw Reggie, Mud or whatever. And he was like, he knew what Bambaataa was trying to do. So he was like, nah, not him. You know what I mean? Like, nah, that's my young boy. I know him. He's cool. He gonna be bigger than this. But for whatever reason, he pulled him out of that network. But the thing that still boggles my mind is when you pulling your friend out, right? You pulling your friend out of this situation. Don't you realize, like, you're not stopping Bambaataa. All you doing is just, for the moment, making sure that this kid don't get hurt. But he's just gonna continue on. Like, why didn't y'all try to stop him, period? If that, do you understand what I'm saying? Or am I saying that wrong? Like, why would you stop just him doing that to Reggie if you know he's doing that to all the kids in the neighborhood, basically? Or they're all targeted.
54, man. Studio 54 and that whole culture was endemic at them time there, so man.
I don't care. What does Studio 54 got to do with a predator such as filter?
I'm thinking he only tried that with people that got in his inner circle.
Shit, bro, he been doing it for 50 years, Psycho. Everybody was damn near was in that inner circle. And
he was doing it the whole 50. We know he was doing it in the 80s. We know he was doing it in the 80s. I don't know how long he was doing it. Pause. We know he was doing it in the 80s.
What would stop a predator besides law?
Whatever protection he had in the 80s might have dissipated in the 90s or whatever, this, that, and the third, or the 2000s.
No, he was still Cuban. Shouts to Cuban. I don't know where you at. You can come clarify this later.
Yeah, I think he was down with them. Yeah,
Cuban was down with them in the 2000s, and he was saying that it was some wild shit going on even then.
He could have been.
So that's a clean 50.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Let's be real, Psycho. That's a clean 50 years. If we saying Cuban in 2000 knows or is aware of, some of the stories or shit that was going on, that's 20 years.
That's a 20-year span right there.
No, that's 70s. He was in the black spades in the 70s.
But wait, one second. Let's be clear. This wasn't the black spades thing. This was a Zulu Nation thing. Now he was a black spade, Right. He branched off from the Black, because Black Spades denounced all this. Right. The Black Spades came out and said they don't co-sign none of that Bambaataa shit. They said all that Bambaataa shit was not Black Spades shit. He broke away from the Black Spades and started their own thing. They started the Zulu Nation. That's Zulu Nation shit that they had going on over there.
So when did he start the Zulu Nation? In the 70s.
Late 70s, yeah. But
so that's
all the claims that we heard, as far as like, and I only heard two, which are Ron Savage and Hassan Campbell. These took place in the 80s.
Okay, so then 40 years. But then the point would be, we only heard from Ron Savage and Hassan Campbell, but we just heard Reggie talk. This was a bunch of motherfuckers. It wasn't like just them two. Them the two that came out or spoke on it. But
yeah, I'm sure it might have been more.
You don't need a system of predation for two kids. He was talking about taking niggas shopping.
I was just talking about the time we know when this was happening. We know this was happening in the 80s. Right now, you said Cuban that he heard about stuff going on in the 2000s, right? So if we take that at his word, we know that was going on in that 20-year span. That's what we know. Now we can assume it was going on since the 70s. We don't know for certain, but we can say that, and we can assume it was going on past 2000s, but we don't really know for sure. But we do know based on what we heard.
30 plus years. Let's just say meet in the middle, rather than say 50 years. Let's just say 30 plus years that it was going on. 30 plus. Mm-hmm. And because he never went to jail for it, so there'd be no reason for him to stop. Right. And then on top of that,
I also don't like the fact that he got to pass away without actually directly addressing it publicly, outside of the statement that he gave the press, which was pretty much a generic statement. He said he didn't do it. He said it was false, but that's the generic statement anybody would say. On these type of accusations, like he should have. He needed to directly address this, right? Like I needed more than just that little bullshit statement from the papers.
That's a fact.
We never got a chance to really hear from his words. At least his side of what, something, anything.
Right. Some kind of acknowledgement that, hey, I at least acknowledge that there's some kind of scandal out here. I ain't that kind of dude, something. You know what I'm saying? Right. To act like just to completely ignore it, let the fire burn, you know what I'm saying? Per se. That was kind of.
But he would have seemed crazy.
It's not a good look.
If we're being honest, he would have seemed absolutely crazy to come out and say, well, I wasn't doing anything.
Nah,
but you turned them goddamn hard.
Somebody tried to put that jacket on you, Brass, and said you was doing all types of unmentionables to people since the 80s and shit like that. I don't think you're gonna stay quiet on that. You ain't gonna just let that linger.
Nah, yeah, you definitely not gonna sit back and just let that accusation build up. Definitely not.
Because see, to me, your silence is your guilt. Because your silence would be your guilt to me. Because then what you're really saying is that you don't like. Most times when it comes to those cases, from what we've seen, it's like the roaches and shit. Like, it's probably way worse than what, you know what I mean? It's probably way worse than what actually we may even think it is. It might even just be scratching the surface of what actually was going on per se. So. Wow. That's wild, but
unbelievably wild.
Unbelievably wild. But I
don't think he did it.
Yeah, you just want to talk at this point. I don't think none of us.
After all of that, the nigga comment, I don't think he did it,
Yeah, I don't think none of us is at the point of where he ain't doing it. Reggie, the vivid description he gave, it's clear it was crazy. It was mad, absolute madness. It was just absolutely insane.
A regular day in the Bronx, man.
I don't even think the sun came up.
You can't really blame all the Bronx. You blame Bronx River.
Everybody, it's hilarious how y'all be wanting to separate
Nah, because like I mean, Brad, if like does all North get held responsible for what happened out in higher court when they took over the fucking project?
No,
and
you're
everything
right.
else, is that all
No,
North
you're
or
right.
is that just higher court?
No, that would be higher court.
Right.
Yeah, I get that, but it's like, but see now you can say it's Bronx River, but shit, Reggie lived in Castle Hill. So even if all them projects is now here's the thing. Did I catch hell for what happened on 440 when Prince Street was doing shit? Well, yeah, we all caught shit. When High Street was doing shit, if you did something on High Street, you might as well it's only a couple blocks away.
Well, that's the proximity is like real close together, yeah.
Right.
When we seen the movie New Jersey Drive, we said them niggas in New Jersey is off the hook.
Newark specifically was stealing a lot of cars. No, Newark. Newark it was called New Jersey Drive, but it really could have been called Essex County Drive because everybody wasn't doing that shit. It wasn't like it was mainly kids, Newark, East Orange, Irvington, like kids like us in that particular area. Now we would steal cars from other places. That's how they would be. Like we go up to Livingston Mall and take cars, or go up to Short Hills and shit, take cars. But it wasn't the actual kids that were doing it. Was mainly Essex County.
And
but you know, I get it.
They wasn't even really doing it for chop shops and shit. They were doing it for fun.
I tell people all the time they were
just getting chases. Yeah, they wanted to do they wanted to do real life Need for Speed shit. That's what they was really trying to do.
We would allegedly, right? Well, I think the time has passed. I could be honest. We would take cars and shit from Livingston and just go up Springfield Avenue as fast as we possibly could. And then we lead them shits in Maplewood. Sometimes we catch the bus home. Crazy as that.
Well, motherfuckers go out looking for a chase, hoping the cops chase them just so they can.
When we stole them cars, we was trying to steal the cars so the cops would chase us. Yes.
Yeah.
Yo, Psycho and Brass. I was in Jersey in 2022 in Irvington, and police was still chasing niggas with no light, with no siren, all through the community and stolen car. And that was the first time I seen police chase people with no siren. And I know y'all know I'm telling the truth.
Yeah.
They don't do that in no other state. And I know that everybody see that chasing people with no siren. They just know the car is stolen and it's a chase through the community. All the while I used to see that. I was bugging out. I was like, yo, what's going on with this? This is a thing?
Yeah, no, that was more like just it was a culture thing. Then it became kind of like a business where you're going to get like niggas wanted specific cars, Acura Legends, Jeep Cherokees, shit like that. But for parts and things.
That's when they stopped really doing donuts and all that other shit to get attention to themselves. They were stealing cars with a purpose at that point.
Yeah. And now you got, the shit still go on in other cities. You got the Kia boys in Atlanta. Them niggas go out. They figured out how to steal Kias with just a screwdriver and shit. And they do it. They do some for fun, but I think that's more like business. But it wasn't really business. It was like joyriding. Part of the reason why I don't like driving high speeds now, I don't even like being in cars with high speeds, is because I've seen car accidents at 200, damn near 200 miles an hour. I've seen niggas wrapped around poles. I've seen niggas thrown 2 blocks, like seen it. You know what I mean? I've seen niggas get hit by donuts and motherfucking they head is touching their feet because he broke their body in half type shit. It's the trauma you see as children, but I'm pretty sure it's the same trauma you see in California where niggas is walking around seeing dead bodies and fucking tanks and shit driving through or the red dogs in Atlanta. It's all trauma, bro. Inner city trauma that you got to deal with. Newark wasn't. Shit. If we being honest, look at The Wire in The Corner in Baltimore. Every place got their thing, right? Every place got their thing that you saw when you was a child that really fucked with you while you was young. But the beauty of it though is we can focus on the negative parts, But then that same kid that was still, I tell people all the time, I'm lucky. You know what I mean? It's not, I never got, I mean, we got stopped a few times and let go. You know, niggas take you down by the Port Newark and take your shoes off, beat your feet, and make you walk home. Little silly shit, right? But this kid that was doing that made it out, right? Made it still, you know, made it and went and did greater things. Chef growing up in Baltimore, Psycho growing up in Jersey. The story is still out on some of the people that's still here, but you go to these places, you make it out, and then you go and do your life. If you still stealing cars at 38, 39, 40 years old, I got friends that they not stealing cars, they just kept doing crimes. But, you know, these are the things you do as children, motherfucking, you know, that weird ass shit. But what you do as an adult is important. So I remember those times, and they were fun when I was a kid, but I realized the gravity of, we could have killed somebody dipping and dodging in and out of traffic and just for fun and thrills and shit like that. You know what I mean? You could have killed somebody. So, you know, apologize to anybody that got hurt.
Yeah.
But you know, it's just us. We was doing it at a level where they had to make a fucking movie about it. That's what irritates the shit out of me.
Don't get done.
Yeah. Latifah was stealing cars too. Like Tretch and all of them, Illtown, Easton, they were stealing cars too. It's not a, you know, it's just it's like a more of a culture thing. Not nothing to be proud of, but a culture thing. But like I've said this a bunch of times, I've never had more outside of my own home. I'm very proud of the time that I spent in Newark growing up. It's some of the most familial times where you talk about how to raise a village raises a child and shit like that. You know, those projects and High Street and Prince Street projects and 440 Washington Street and Branford and Market, all of them places, Vailsburg, Hyatt Court, Georgia King Village. That shit was like a earth, damn near. To most kids.
But see, that's the thing. People don't realize that those movies and stuff have an effect on other Black communities.
Oh yeah.
Right? So when niggas from different places seen those movies, the spike in car thefts and kids stealing cars in Baltimore went out the motherfucking roof. You feel me? So that shit has an effect. So when people act like media and music and all of that other stuff don't be having negative effect, that shit definitely do.
Yeah. I disagree when it comes to I agree when it comes to movies. I would totally, I seen it happen in movies. Like that's how the Bloods and Crips got popular over here. Was through movies.
South Central, right? Colors in South Central.
What really did it was Colors.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. My brother says
Colors was like that was crazy watching Colors from an East Coast motherfucker who grew up on the East Coast, born and raised, seeing Colors for the first time in 1988. I was confused. I was like, wait, they doing this out here? This is what they doing, like over bandanas, and like I was like everybody some people got entrenched with that shit, right? Like they got obsessed with that shit, and you know, like and so like, and it kind of brought gang culture back out here, which gang culture took like a 10-year layoff out here. Really wasn't no gangs out here in the 80s. Maybe towards the late 80s, you started getting some gangs starting to pop up or whatever, but it wasn't like a gang culture. The gang culture actually became a thing again out here in the 90s. It went away at the end of the 70s. It went away out here. It took like I said, like a 10-year layoff, and then at the end of the 80s, you started seeing remnants of it starting to come back.
And what would you say the remnants was? You started trenching them with the
double I, yeah.
Yeah, double I, yeah.
They were the first blood set. That's what I heard. Blood set out here, yeah.
Yeah, that's I ain't gonna say his name, but somebody close to me, they was a member of that, and they used to I used to go to Skate 22 with them when I was in like middle school, and them niggas used to I've never, you know how you say crews roll deep and this, that, and the other. Them niggas used to go like 100 deep.
Yeah.
To Skate 22 and go there literally to turn that motherfucker out. It's funny when y'all talking
hoping
about
something happened.
Yeah, like praying something was gonna happen. And that was like the rise of Naughty by Nature. Niggas didn't really know about the Double I Ill-Town Bloods. So that was that whole shit.
They're the first blood set out here. Stretch Turton blood.
Yep.
Going out to Cali and shit.
Yep. So, but he knew what was his name? The guy from New York and Rikers Island. He knew that guy. Was it Akbar? Not Akbar Prey.
His relations with Pac and everything else, all that shit.
But it wasn't Akbar Prey. Akbar Prey was a newer guy. What was the guy in New York that started the one in Rikers?
You talking about Sex Money Murder?
No, his name was. It wasn't Akbar. It was
OG Mac.
Oh yeah, OG Mac. Yeah.
Father Allah.
Yeah, OG Mac. Oh, Elijah Muhammad. We can just throw names out at this point. But I'm just saying that guy that like they credit him with the blood set in Rikers, him and Tretch knew each other. Like they dealt with each other. He actually, OG Mac was in East Orange, not living there, but you know, politicking with them down there. So yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I wouldn't say 100% like the movies and shit, but I know the culture and shit, because like I never started seeing dirt bikes and shit in Jersey until like Meek Mill and them kind of like you saw that they had like a dirt bike culture in Philly. Like I had a dirt bike culture in Ohio, but that was like some country shit because you could ride four-wheelers and shit. But I had never seen dirt bikes in cities. I started seeing them in Newark after I saw Meek Mill.
DMX kind of brought that out. Like
no, I ain't saying motorcycles. Now, I know what you mean. I know Rough Riders is actually like the motorcycle club. I'm talking about physical dirt bikes, like shit that's supposed to be off-road. I never seen like whole crews of dirt bikes. You never seen the whole.
No, I didn't see that. Yeah. You talk about like
motorcycles, hell
the ones they use like at dirt bike races and shit like that.
Yeah, niggas wheeling and shit on dirt bike. We used to do that shit on our bikes, but dirt bikes, I saw that shit with Meek Mill in them. Yeah, and then you kind of started.
Huge. Yeah, that shit is huge.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, the dirt bike and four wheelers and all that through the city. But now, motherfucking Psycho, you said you see it more with movies and not with music or not with rap. You know what I mean? As much, but the rap definitely influences the culture a lot, especially when you're looking at these young kids, right? They don't have the movies like we got in the 80s and the 90s. Right? They got the music, all of this spinning on niggas and drilling and all of that. They ride around, they really listen to that and be on that shit. That's that music. Like wherever the fuck that shit come from, black kids get that shit in different cities and they start doing that dumbass shit, yo. So that shit definitely influence. It might not influence your you dig what I'm saying? But it's definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah. My bad. But to point out what Brass was just saying, like in the early 90s and stuff like that, he was talking about how Tretch and the Double I crew and everything else would go out to this spot called Skate 22, like 100 deep and everything else, praying something to happen, looking to turn up, looking to crash out and everything else. And this is way before any drill music or way before any trap music and everything else. Like, NWA was just starting to become a thing, right? And they wasn't even talking about gang stuff, to be honest with you. So like that's just young people shit, right? Like young people do dumb shit. Like each generation might do, they dumb shit a little bit different. It might be a new trend of dumb shit for this generation that the other generation didn't do, whatever the case may be. But when you're young, you're going, you feel like you're invincible, you're gonna live forever. You got a lot of energy. You don't know where to focus, to harness that energy at. So you kind of, young people do dumb shit.
I agree. but we can't deny the music element in this generation effect on dumb shit. You feel me? Like we can't deny whether, you know, you might. I've seen the music influence. So I don't even deny. I don't even play around and deny it or blame it on, you know, anything else. I can acknowledge other factors, you know, contributing factors, but I'm definitely not taking away from the damn the music component and factor in it also. Now you can. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, let me be specific too. When I'm saying music don't influence us, when I'm saying like criminality, right? Like as far as like, because let me specify, like music can influence fashion, right? Like, you know, like if you see motherfuckers talk, or you hear motherfuckers talking about a certain brand of clothes, or you know, certain shoes or whatever it may be, that can influence you to go buy that brand, right? That you know, that's why some companies even get people to endorse whatever, because they know that these artists can influence people to gravitate towards a brand, right? But it's nothing illegal to that, right? That's just kind of just, you know, you already was going to buy clothes. The artist just influenced you to buy this brand of clothes instead of this brand of clothes, right? But you was already going to buy clothes, right? And so like, if you're going to do criminality, I feel like you was going to do criminality irregardless of whether or not you heard this drill song or not. Now, you might use that drill song as your theme music when you go out there to do that criminality, but you was going to do that criminality irregardless whether that drill song existed or not. Like, that's just what type of time you want.
Yeah, but it's the influence into the criminality that music actually perpetuates. And rappers just don't perpetuate their music also, Psycho. They perpetuate a lifestyle. You dig what I'm saying? So it ain't just the music, right? It's, you know, how they dress, their interviews, what they talk about, and the whole criminality thing that they personify, who's beefing with who, and all. Come on, bro. Like, that's it ain't just the rapper is just not selling music. Like you said, he's also is selling fashion, a lifestyle, and everything else that influence kids. So the music is a part of it, but everything else that he's selling, you know, goes into it also. And is largely perpetuated by the music. We wouldn't even know who these niggas was if it wasn't for their music.
I think that's an interesting kind of like relationship too. Like, to figure out if it's the hood influencing the music or the music influencing the hood. Like, that's like both. To see how that go. It's both.
It's symbiotic. It's symbiotic.
Right. But then y'all both kind of saying neither one of y'all would be wrong in that case. Because like I remember the saying now, Psycho or Chef or whoever listens, shout, oh, what's up, Thunder? Long time no see. My dear brother Noomsy. When you have that symbiotic relationship, brother. What's going on, brother? It's crazy how when you see the statement, and I'm sure y'all have heard it, like back in the day, the music glorified the drug dealers. Now hip hop is kind of like glorifying the drug users. And I would assume that that's like just a difference in how the hood influenced the music versus the music influenced the hood. We can't deny, Psycho, on Chef's side of it. I don't know if the hood created the drill or if the drill amplified the level of gang shit.
All right, let's do it like this. Brass.
It definitely did.
When we have NWA, right? They to start all this bullshit. So when you looked at NWA and a lot of stuff they said, their defense was, it ain't just us. We just reporting what's happening in the hood. It ain't us. We ain't doing it. We just reporting what the hood's doing. Right. So that was their fallback to continuing to create that sort of music.
I would say that was some bullshit.
It was, but that's what they said. So I would say if we're going to say that they're correct, you got to, at that point, you got to say that the hood is influencing the music. It ain't the other way around. But if you were to be a realist and kind of call bullshit on what they're saying, it would be the other way around. So it just, I don't know the kind of way you want to go with it. Like Boys in the Hood. When you look at Boys in the Hood,
talk about NWA, Easy with Street Dude.
Hold on. When you look at Boys in the Hood, right? Boys in the Hood, or Colors. Boys in the Hood, Colors. So you just can't bang on music. That's what's gonna make this argument. You know, you're gonna have some holes in it. Pause. So if you say Boys in the Hood or Colors, that sort of lifestyle wasn't in Atlanta or in Little Rock or wherever. That stuff wasn't prevalent. Gang violence wasn't a thing. Most of these little small, even in major metropolitan. Matter of fact, I think the Bloods got to New York. What? Jim Jones and them boys. So that's long after Boys in the Hood.
No, they was just the ones on camera. That Bloods in there was a major factor. Yeah, it was Bloods in New York 10 years before Jim Jones.
Yeah. Problem. But let's go with Boys in the Hood and Colors. They set out in my opinion, they were more detrimental than music. Those two movies were more detrimental than anything that NWA ever put out.
I agree with that. I agree. I remember the reaction after those movies and saw, even straight out the movie theater. Like both times when I saw both of those movies he just mentioned, Boys in the Hood and Colors, it was up outside the movie theater right after the movie was over. I never seen people listen to an NWA tape that it was up right after they heard the NWA tape. I've seen that happen after the movie. Though.
That's fact.
Okay. I want to know an NWA song that promoted a specific game.
Is movie. I think the movie is what. Yeah. Movies is what the major culprit. Music kind of picked up from where the film left off. MC8 and all them boys, MC8, Ice-T, all that was, I would say, post. No, Ice-T was pre-Boys in the Hood, but he wasn't banging out until, in my opinion, like DJ Quick and all them boys, until like after Boys in the Hood. Boys in the Hood kind of set everything off, man.
What's the boy name?
Ice-T is not a gang member. He never has been.
Okay. Ice-T is not a member of the Blood Gang?
Ice-T is not a gang member.
On New Jack City, he represented
a robber. He did jewelry heist and bank robberies, and he pimped bitches. That's what Ice-T did.
And now the nigga now he a cop on Law and Order.
Oh, I thought he was.
Well, even on Menace to Society, he represented a detective on not Menace to Society, but New Jack City. He was a detective on New Jack City.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was a detective.
Now the gang culture, the gang style, that influenced him because he was around that. But Ice-T's not a gang member. He
did speak on gangs though.
LA culture and LA style. Anybody that grow up in that era, you're gonna wear khakis. You're gonna wear that style if you want to fit in. It's just what it is.
I think Ice-T was a Blood for sure. But hold on.
Well, go get a source somehow. This is what we do.
I grew up around the Crips in the 60s.
Hey, all right, we got a contention. Let's go get the facts on it. But hey, I think shouts to Pure Black. Hey, Corey, Pure Black said his dad thought he was Furious Styles.
Yeah, and the NWA thing.
Fishburne raised a lot of niggas.
He never mentioned.
I apologize. Google did. Google says that Ice-T was not a Blood.
Who was Furious?
He said Pure Black is
Lawrence Fishburne.
He said my dad. He said my dad thought he was Furious Styles from Boys in the Hood.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
So I was wrong.
They was Furious Styles. Absolutely.
I was wrong. I was wrong. Ice-T is not a Blood. He grew up in a Crip neighborhood, and he used to talk about the Bloods, but he wasn't.
Right.
Yeah,
I know he was actually a gang.
I know he would say in later interviews he was influenced a lot by pimping and shit too.
Right. Yeah, Easy. As far as NWA go,
I'm saying you're correct, bro. I'm saying you're correct. Congratulations, you're right. I was wrong.
No, but Anathema.
I was just trying to.
You gotta fix your microphone. He wasn't talking to you, Psycho. He's talking to Anathema. You gotta fix your microphone, Anathema. We can't even. You really can't make out what you're saying. So it's like, that's the confusion. It ain't like anger or nothing. Go ahead, Psycho.
Number one, his name is Anathema. Anathema.
A Buddha.
Hey, listen. I call him what I call him Buddha. I'm gonna say what I want.
All right. You're right.
But I was just saying that the NWA thing, Eazy-E and Ren were street dudes, right? But Dre and Ice Cube were not. Like Cube wasn't no gang member and no shit like that. And he actually was a articulate nerd, right? Like he went to a prestigious school or whatever at the time, I believe. Like he wasn't in the streets like that. He just loved hip hop. And Dre the same thing. Dre wasn't in the streets like that. Dre was just into the music. Like he was into making beats and all.
You notice they was the only two that understood their contract. They was the only, Ice Cube, and Dr. Dre was the only two
that understood their contract.
They were actually college students. They were college, they went to college and shit. But go ahead, Psycho, not to cut you off.
No, you're right. That's all I was just pointing out. Like, just say, like, they really wasn't gang members like that. Outside of Ren might have been a gang member. I ain't gonna say Ren.
No, MC Ren was definitely.
Ren might have been a Crip. Yeah, Ren might have been.
They was talking about him like he was the actual gangster nigga.
Yeah,
they said that he was the one that was actually like on some gangster shit.
Yeah, that's what I said. I wouldn't put. I think he might have been a Crip, and I know Eazy was a real street dude.
Yeah, Eazy was a street dude too. Because when he came out to Cleveland, and not came out to Cleveland, but when the boys, Bone Thugs, when they went out there, that's one of the things after he died that they didn't realize how powerful. They knew in his life how powerful he was, but they didn't know how powerful he was until really after he died, and they was like, man, everybody loved that man.
Yeah,
that's the Bone Thugs. Yeah, it said Eazy. Pure Black said Eazy Eazy was from Kelly Park Crip.
From Kelly Park Crip off of Laundry Boulevard in Compton.
Yeah. So I remember when they did the documentary.
They never talked about the Crips or the Bloods in their songs though. If you go back and listen straight out of Compton.
Because I think they were more about social I think there's more about I don't think they was trying to amplify the negative shit. I think they was trying to bring light to the social commentary out there. Any documentary I ever heard about them, they actually was trying to do social, like damn near activism.
Well, that's
the music they was doing.
The first album, because that's when Cube was there, and Cube did most of the writing, and Cube is he introduced street consciousness into hip hop, right? Like that, and that's what Straight Outta Compton is more of a street conscious type album. Whereas the second album, that's when you started getting more of the chronic type of sound coming from Dre and everything else. Like it's a huge difference between the first album and the second album. Messaging, everything.
When this dropped.
Can you what?
I speak on this real quick because I was in LA when this dropped.
Yeah, you can speak.
Psycho's kind of correct, but it's a little different. It's because before the album, you had Boys in the Hood, the song dropped. And on the backside of that, you had Dope Man, and you had Gangsta. And that was a commentary just on what was going on in the hood. Now, when they came to the album, they needed a thematic to kind of wrap that rawness up. And those are the songs that bust them that y'all keep forgetting about to talk about. Y'all talk about the albums, but really, it was Boys in the Hood, Dope Man, and Gangsta.
That before Straight Outta Compton. Those are songs that came out before. Those songs got put on the album from the first album.
Yeah, but those songs were released in Los Angeles and started the wave.
Right, because if you look at the actual first album, which is the album before Straight Outta Compton, those 3 songs are on that album. Like that, those
That's
albums.
what I'm saying. But those songs were released before the album, is what I'm trying to explain. And those songs were just hood commentary. The album didn't have that theme of social commentary yet. They was just talking about the hood, like they said. They talked about the Dope Man, They talked about the gangsters and they talked about the boys in the hood because that's what was going on. And it wasn't a promotion of any specific gang. It was just the culture of LA at the time. Now, when they came to an album, it needed direction and thematic focus.
So you start getting fuck the police, express yourself, stuff like that, and everything.
Now you understand what I'm saying. Because I was there when they first played Boys in the Hood on K-Day Radio. That shit was crazy.
Are y'all familiar with this? Shouts to Vyasa, loyal watcher and member of the Discord. Y'all got to get in the Discord, bro, so we can hear some of y'all perspectives. But he says being black, he says, because when we were talking about gangs, he was saying that there was gangs during slavery. Now, I don't have the mental capacity to even go down that. So, but if y'all can do that, I'm not aware of that. But after that, he said being black.
They had what during slavery?
He said
gang loosely.
I'm just saying he said there was gangs during slavery. I just don't have the I don't
think they're talking about gangs.
Would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know.
Prior to slavery.
No, I don't know. Okay, now they was before slavery, so we could do that next.
Fly boy.
But,
I don't know if we want to be. I don't know if we want to claim that because that's nasty.
Yeah, we can do it. We could do that next. That's one statement, but the statement these two other quotes he made. He said that being black has always been America's scapegoat for defining criminality. Point being, music didn't influence the narrative; it was American pop culture. I believe he made a comment about Dillinger and all of those guys.
Let's
get into it. And then he said that in order to fully comprehend blacks and gangs in the United States, you have to start at the vigilance committees in 5 points in New York. So you disagree, Psycho? Why?
No, I said I agree with that statement.
Oh, you agree? Okay, you said you agree. Okay.
Yeah, that goes back to true story.
We cut Thunder off. Hold on, but we cut Thunder off. Is you cut Thunder or no?
Yo, so if you're saying that he's saying that New York started gang culture, is that his argument?
Who? No, I don't think so.
No. He said he was saying that when we were talking about gangs. While y'all was talking, I'm reading the chat while y'all talking, and he was saying that when we were talking about the gangs and stuff popping up, that's not. Yeah, he just said no. That's not what he's saying. Vyasa, you can if you got time, you can come in and explain your point. He was saying how there was gangs and slavery. He was just kind of saying like the origins. They kind of go a little further back than maybe we were discussing, right? And then he was making a statement that in order to even fully comprehend blacks in gangs in the United States, you got to start at the vigilance committees in 5 points in New York.
Yeah, 5 points in New York.
I'm assuming it's 5 points in New York. Is that gangs in New York, Psycho? Is that?
Yeah, the 5 points. Yeah, that's the origins of the mob. That's the origins of the mafia, Jewish mob, Irish mob, Italian mob.
You're not finna put no Italian mafia to what we talking about. No, that ain't even close.
But that's how the origins of it is the gangs. It was gang culture. That was the origins of the mob. All gangs started off not like for criminality. Most gangs started off mainly with the idea of protecting the community, right, from other gangs. Other gangs coming up in there and trying to take things over and terrorize the community. So they form their own gang to protect the community from other gangs. This is the same thing happened with the mafia and everything else. Like this is how we got. This is the origins of it. Now it turned into something else, but yeah, it started off as gangs.
Well, okay, fine, whatever. If you're saying it mutated, no problem, bro. But the whatever it is right now ain't had nothing to do with New York, in my opinion. Now, if you disagree, that's fine. But what we're talking about is LA being, in my opinion, the home base of gang culture as we know it. We don't know anything about the Sopranos and all that. We wasn't rocking and all that like that. But we just a bunch of dumb niggas that's getting together and killing black people. That's all this is at this point. That ain't got nothing to do with the Italian.
I'm talking about at least the vice lords. At least the vice lords and the G's didn't.
No, that's a fact.
They didn't start out like. They didn't start out like.
That's
They never started out to be something. It was a conscious movement. It was basically what Psycho did. And it was to protect the neighborhood against other weird shit that was going on.
Wait a second. Flag on the play, Corey. Flag on the play. You go. I'm gonna send it right back to you. Flag on the play. Now, once again, hold on, Thunder. Hold on. Y'all gonna go right back to it, and I'm gonna mute out. So we had a conversation about Tookie Williams not too long ago. I was in here saying that when the Crips started, it was community revolution in progress.
That's a lie.
Can I finish,
That's
bro?
a lie.
Two P's, can I finish? God damn, I'm gonna get out the way. I'm gonna get out the way. Why do y'all do this? How do y'all do this? I'm about to get out your way so y'all can argue. I'm just remembering, like Chef and Corey taught me, to remember past conversations when motherfuckers was when I was trying to say community revolution in progress and they was actually trying to do something positive and defending their neighborhood from the Bloods. I got laughed out the room. So now I gotta hear the vice lords.
Well, I wasn't a part of that conversation, man.
Okay,
I would say this.
I would have defended you on that one because that's
you wrong.
I would say this.
No, go back to let them go back to what they talking about. I just want to let it know.
Brad, that's not true. When I get a chance, can I chime in on that? I'm from Los
Yes, sir. But I don't want to get in the way of Thunder. That was a side note to what Thunder was talking about.
We're gonna get a bunch of niggas from Texas and Florida telling us about what was going on.
Yeah, we can come back to it. I don't want to hijack the conversation. No, I'm not going to interrupt Thunder and them. Let Thunder and them sort their shit out. And we'll come back to it.
Corey was cooking. He was right. Go ahead, finish up, Corey.
No. I was just adding on to what you was saying, or just bringing some clarity to it. I didn't want to like butt in, but somebody's saying that it sounds like he got a Florida accent, saying, "Oh, no, Brass, you wrong," and they wasn't for community service at first. So I want to hear some nigga from Florida talk about what
I'm not
was
from
going
Florida.
on.
I'm from Los Angeles, brother. I'm from Los Angeles. I'm not from Florida. I ain't never been to Florida in my life.
You're from clear across the country, but you've been telling what was going on in Chicago. Go ahead, brother. Tell them where he was wrong at.
In Chicago?
Because he was talking about the vice lords. And I was saying he was bringing up how he was bringing up. I was making a comparison of he was talking about how when they started out, how they ended up is not necessarily how they started out.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I was trying to say. Like I heard that cool. Same narrative
I'm not
when
talking
it came
about
to the Crips, but it was kind of like frowned upon.
I'm not talking about Chicago at all. I don't know nothing about
that's a little bit new. That's a little bit nuanced.
I don't think you know nothing about the Crips neither. But go ahead.
That's a little bit nuanced because a lot of the Crips.
That's kind of funny.
I'm just fucking with you, Howard. Good to see you.
That's a little bit nuanced because a lot of the Crips were former Slaussons, right? And the Slaussons totally started off protecting the community from the spook hunters and the white boys and everything else that used to live out in Compton and all that shit. And the Slaussons and all them. And I forgot the other gangs and stuff.
The avenues, and the farmers. Go ahead. Okay. Since I don't know nothing.
I ain't saying no. But yeah.
He's telling you he don't know nothing. Go ahead. It's
like, but yeah, they started off protecting the community out in LA against those crackers. Those crackers didn't want these new black people that's coming out to LA moving into their community.
That's a fact.
And everything else. And they were harassing the black people.
We know how they started.
So they create the Slaussons. So they create the Slaussons and some other groups and everything else. And some of the people that used to be Slaussons out in the 70s, everything else, they branched off and started the Crips. And then the Crips
was
the cause of the Bloods.
That's not true. That's not true. Here it is. Let me wrap it up.
Everything you said. Why do y'all say that, man?
Everything you said so far.
Do me a favor. Hey, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Hold on. Do me a favor. I'm not gonna be able to moderate. It's 90 degrees in Jersey. I'm about to take my black ass outside. I'm just telling y'all, Humble your own selves when your brothers is talking. Let everybody fucking.
Can I get
right,
2 minutes, Psycho, real quick?
Hold on, let me give me 30 seconds and I'm finish up. So when you looking at the Bloods and the Crips that are today, Vice Lords, GDs, Latin Kings, etc. When you look at what they morph into, I believe that morphing had to be either late 70s, or maybe earlier, but definitely, like I said, Colors. So Colors came out, 85, 86, somewhere in there, 87. So it had to be before then. Hold on, man. So it had to be before.
Let him finish though.
Hold on. It had to be before then. They had to be reporting on. They did the movie to report on what was going on, right? They did the movie about what was actually happening. So Colors wasn't just a some make-believe thing. No, they were basing it off of what was going on. So it had to be, that morphing had to have occurred prior to the movie, which was 85, 87, somewhere there. I want to say it had to be about the late 70s. So when you're looking at 88 or 87, when NWA first came out, that lined up with gang culture really, taking that downturn. So 100% Corey was right. I know one guy, he's a Vice Lord, he was older, probably about 60 right now. And he was around Chicago around that time. And he was under the impression that, they did start out as a peaceful organization. Then it morphed into whatever it is right now. That's it.
All right, I just wanted to add on to Psycho. What happened, Psycho? Raymond Washington was about 14. He wanted to join one of those previous gangs like you were talking about, but that gang was called the Avenue, led by Craig Munson, who just passed away recently. A famous bodybuilder in the hood and on Venice Beach later on in life. He denied Raymond Washington to get into his gang. In fact, he slapped Raymond Washington up a little bit and told him to get the fuck on. And if he lets Raymond Washington into that gang, there would never been anything, there would never been a Crip or a Blood on this planet if he lets him into that gang. But Raymond Washington goes on to start a gang called the Crips. Now that community revolution and progress was some shit they tried to do later on to clean it up. They were 14 and 15-year-old juvenile fucking delinquents. They wasn't trying to protect. In fact, they were bullies, which is why the Blood started, because they were pressing on everybody's neighborhoods, making people turn Crips. So the Blood started, it started out as really anti-Crip gangs started to defend themselves against Crips. So they were never they weren't political like what Corey was saying about in the Midwest. The Crips was never a political thing. They were some bully motherfuckers that was some little juvenile delinquents.
Where I was mistaken was I thought they was former Slauson. I thought they was a part of Slauson and split off, but no, they was never Slauson. Okay.
No, Raymond Washington started some terrorist shit. And that's what I always hear, man. I thank you, Top Dollar, because every time I say it, they be like, Buddha, stop talking. I'm like, yo, B, I was there I was there. My family went to LA.
You were there when it started?
I was there.
But no,
I
that's
there
when it started.
No, I was there in the 80s, so I saw the growth of it. And then from being affiliated with people that grew up in it, they tell you the history, and then you do research, and you growing up with these people as they growing up, and I'm trying to get adjusted to America, so I got to get adjusted to LA culture. I got to know how to interact with these people that's wearing khaki suit and shopping at Slauson Swap Meet and Compton Swap Meet and all of these places and going to Zordy's. Come on, man. I had to learn that shit. Just like you go to New York, you got to learn the New York shit. I lie?
No, I feel you.
I used to always tell them, like, nah, man, the man that started as terrorists.
Yeah, I'm not saying every gang.
They tried to terrorize me. I was terrorized by them. Anytime you went out, you knew that if the Crips showed up to a party, you have to fight. You have to fight. They're going to ask you where you're from and all of this shit, and you got to fight. It's what it is. You didn't want to be at no house party in no 60 Crip roll up in the 80s, and they 4-car deep and lower riding and
now wouldn't that be peer pressure on a young
you got a problem now.
That neighborhood to become a Crip?
Yeah,
there's a lot of peer pressure, but that's why I say that a lot of guys that join, not all guys that join gangs, but a lot of guys that join gangs, and don't take this the wrong way, y'all. Some of them are not as tough as they admit to other people, because a lot of them join gangs for protection because they were getting their butts whooped by those same gang members.
That's what I was just alluding to. So, right.
Yeah.
Niggas bitches.
That's why I said you gotta be ready to fight, Psycho. I never joined a gang because I was willing to fight. I fight for mine. It's win or lose. They pack you out a lot of time. You're not getting a fair one. If you fight one gang member, you're fighting 3 or 4.
I see how people get caught up, right? Like, I was fortunate enough not to be raised in that situation and everything, but I don't know what the fuck I would have been in that situation growing up in that environment like that. You know what I mean? Like, I probably would have tended to be whatever my neighborhood was. If I was in a blood neighborhood, I probably would have became a blood. If I was a Crip neighborhood, I probably would have became a Crip, just because that's the environment.
How it goes, even if you don't gangbang, I don't care. If you actually grow up in the hood in Los Angeles, you're affiliated, period. If you grow up in the blood neighborhood, you're gonna know blood. You're gonna know the blood.
I felt that. Now that part, I felt that.
And if you go someplace and the Crips see you over there, they're gonna know you know those blood niggas.
Right.
That's how
I felt that in the 90s, right? Like, because my whole neighborhood just all of a sudden just became a Crip neighborhood overnight. Like, right, overnight, my neighborhood all of a sudden was a Crip neighborhood, right? Now all of a sudden people's pressed about what colors people are wearing and all this other shit and everything else. And I go different places and everything. Some people already knew I was at, people didn't know. They find out, boom, you get associated by proxy, right? By affiliate, you from that hood, you must be a Crip. Yeah.
And you're gonna know Crips and you're gonna know Bloods. You're gonna grow up with them, or they're gonna be your neighbors. You're gonna know them. They're gonna know you. You're gonna see them out. They're gonna talk to you. You see them out public someplace. Yo, what's up, man? Yeah, what's up? And people see you talking to them. They're like, yo.
My point is that ain't come from no Italy, nigga. Italians ain't do no shit like that. That's niggas.
No, Italians went off. They went off ethnicity. They was all about the
ethnicity. Yeah, that and family.
Yeah, Italians invented the drive-by. What is thunderstop? They invented the goddamn drive-by.
You ain't lying.
But we're talking about culture, not some damn act, nigga. That culture that the Italians had ain't close to. They look down on what the hell we do. That's just like what we used to do. They ain't saying no shit like that.
Yeah,
that's not what
they do business with them motherfuckers. What do you mean? They do business with those.
Out
here they do. They probably don't deal with a whole lot of Italians out in California and shit like that. But these Italians out here do business with these gang members. Business partner.
Yeah, but to clarify what Vyasa was talking about when he was talking about gang culture in New York and going back to the 5 points, he's talking about the Fly Boys and those barber gangs that originally formated, and how this formation of gangs was something that is part of what people do in certain conditions. Now, the violence and this organization of certain gang activities is not what he was comparing. He was just talking about the grouping of individuals under certain social conditions has been something that Black people have done. They formed these organizations, and he used, you can look it up. It's called, I believe, because True Story got a big lecture about this. And one of the fundamental gangs that is known was called the Fly Boys. That was their name, I guess, because of the way they opened their razor or whatever. For the war that they was warring with back in that time there. That's what he was talking about, not necessarily, and I guess that influence goes further into the gang culture to where, they dealing with Italians and all of that, if y'all want to add that. But the initial part of what I'm going to talk about was that. And the best person I know to do a lecture on that is True Historian. So I'm not even going to try and go into it as detailed as that man can, because y'all already know what him can do.
What's next? What's next? So
what were you talking about? What were you saying that the Italians were different about? I didn't catch y'all. I didn't quite understand everything that you said. What were you saying that
the Italian gang culture and the blood gang culture ain't the same?
They more organized. They more political as far as like they got political ties and everything else. Like they more deeply entrenched in the system than the Bloods.
No, well, yeah, that, but I'm talking about extortion, blackmail. I'm talking about the grimiest or the grimy.
Right.
Is what
Why are we trying to pull
I don't necessarily agree
about which criminals is more grimy? As if both of them ain't criminals.
No, I just said they're not the same. That's what I said.
They're using RICO laws that were.
Are you trying to say white collar or something?
No,
Hold on. I just got a question for Thunder. First of all, how y'all doing? Hope everybody's okay. Hope it's as nice as where y'all at as it is here. So it sounds like you're saying black people invented different types of crimes that just wasn't popular before or just well known. Like we did some super like we do super stuff.
I've been clear from the word go.
Hold on. I didn't finish. I didn't cut you off. Hold on. Just let me finish. That's number one. It just sounds like, again, we super Negroes, which always confuses me. Either
I heard what you said. You gonna let me respond?
I'm not done. No, I'm not done. Just let me finish. I know you're gonna say something retarded. Just let me finish. And obviously, all these people you talking about, you ain't never been around, or you act like you ain't been around because you just making up shit at this point. But what I'm saying is, it sounds like you're making us out to be these super criminals that just does stuff. Now, just let me finish my point, and then I'm gonna go back where I was. Hold on.
I should have known.
Just let me finish. Hold on. That's my first point. That's my first point. My second point is, nobody. How did you find out who NWA was, or whoever when you were in your teens? I don't know how old you are, but I'm assuming say 80s or 90s. How would somebody in Georgia find out what's popular in California, Compton, or Houston? How would you find that out? TV, radio, record store. Depends on how old you are. So you giving these people a lot of credit, Eazy-E and all of these people who invented gang culture that spread. You giving them so much credit that they had the ability to do all of that influencing, but wasn't smart enough to capitalize off it and be on a yacht somewhere.
Oh, no, that's your argument?
That's insane. No, I'm asking you, how does someone on the East Coast find out what's so popular on the West Coast? Or
how many times you gonna ask me this question and not be quiet?
Answer it. Since you cut me off.
All right. Your first question was exactly what? Tell me, can you ask the question again?
Are we super criminals? Yeah, obviously we're not regular, criminals. You made us. Italians is a different type of criminal, and whoever else you said, they are separate, upstanding white collar, not even that, but they frown upon what we do. Are we super criminals?
All right, thank you. All right, so first, how you doing, Hits? I understand you got some sort of thing against me. And so it's no problem.
Why would I have something against you? Come on, man. I don't even know you like that.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. All right. I know you got something
against you. You wouldn't be in the Discord.
Hey, excuse me. Just be quiet, bro.
Oh, don't talk proper now. Everybody was a nigga 10 minutes ago. Go ahead.
Can you please be quiet? I'm trying to talk to you respectful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you please be quiet? All right, thank you.
I'm quiet. Yes.
I understand you got something going on against me, right? And this something that probably dates back. Excuse me, man. It probably dates back for some. A lot of people got a problem with me, and I don't even know it until it just blow up, and then be like, "Oh, damn! I don't even know who you are." But
I don't think I blew up.
Excuse me, Hicks. Excuse me. So the question was, are we super Negroes?
Yes.
And from a crime perspective, no, that's not what I said the culture. When you're looking at the Italian gang culture and let's just say the Bloods and the Crips gang culture, it is not the same. Nobody would assume that. Nobody would say that. You could look at the crimes as one aspect of it, yes. But it's the culture is what I'm talking about. Those cats, for the most part, it wasn't no. You ain't getting jumped in no Italian mafia. Now you're gonna have to probably put in some work to get in the Italian mafia, but you ain't finna get your ass kicked to get in the Italian mafia by 4 or 5 different people. No, you ain't got to do that. That's one. 2, it ain't based on
Sorry, what do you mean by put work in? You got to put some work in. I'm confused on that part. You said you might have to put some work in. Can you clarify that? Like on the Italian side,
you may have to participate in some crimes, or you may have to kill somebody, whatever, right?
Yeah,
so
you
those
might have to
things
whack somebody. Just go ahead and say it.
Yeah, those
How
those
do you
things.
know? How do you know this? How do you know this?
No, let him cook.
Well, you gotta if you look at the autobiography, well, okay, all right, good. So that's a good question. So when you look at the autobiography of let's just say Gotti and a lot of those cats from back in that day, they tell you exactly what the mafia was. And we have people that's alive today that have YouTube channels that were former mafia members that the Bull, what's the dude? Bull, it's several people that have YouTube videos.
It's about Sammy the Bull. Sammy the Bull.
You talking about Sammy
Gravano.
Salvatore Gravano.
Yeah. Michael Franceschi has one too. He has
him. That's one.
Well, a lot of the time, instead of getting jumped in, they would find an innocent victim, right? Because it's easy to go put in some work on an opposition gang, right? But it's tougher to find an innocent victim and put the gun to their head and blow their shit off, right? Or slice their throat, right? So this is some of the shit that the mafia would do. And you're talking about degeneracy, right?
Yeah, 100%.
About getting jumped. You talking about jumped in is degenerate?
No, hold on. No.
Go ahead, though.
Don't cut thunder. Don't cut thunder. Go ahead, thunder.
All right, good. So what you're doing is you're positing that I'm saying one is better or worse. I said different. They're not the same. All right. So when you get into,
you said they frown.
No. What you? Yeah, you
said we bunch of dumb niggas. You said we bunch of dumb niggas. Yeah, we a bunch of dumb niggas.
All right. So y'all, you finished? All right. So
when you're looking at worse than that shit, I ain't even listening to y'all.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Like,
so when you're looking at
our shit way worse than to get these niggas.
All right.
So never take advice from somebody who can't say dog.
So
go ahead.
So when you have extortion, blackmail, when you have certain you're pulling strings, like you say, politically, you have ties to different lawyers and different judges. You have ties to different senators and congressmen. When you get into that sort of level, now we somewhere else, right there. That's something different.
Where you good with words? Where are we now that we're at that level of influence? Go ahead. What type of crime is that? Through murder, extortion, threats? Go ahead. I'm trying to understand. So who's the super? Are they the super criminals?
I don't know why you keep doing the super.
Okay.
All I said,
it's just an expression.
All I said was it was different. It's not the same. It is different. What you're doing is making
extortion is different.
What you're doing is making shit up and cutting me off.
Murder is different.
The fuck up and just let me finish. That's all you got to do. It's real simple. All right.
Okay. No, not really.
Hey, OG Thunder. OG Thunder. Can I say something real quick, OG Thunder?
What you're doing is creating arguments and it's throwing me off of what the hell I'm saying by having to respond to what the hell you say.
Well, Big Thunder, can I? Oh, I thought you were done.
Yes.
My bad.
Go ahead,
I'm going
Howard.
to say, you know, when you're saying it's different culturally, I'm like 50-50, but I think it's viewed differently. Thunder, you know, you got the dudes in suits and they kind of doing their thing. They present themselves as a clean.
Let me ask you a question.
But
Is
oh, now
dress
you cut me off now.
is
Now
dress
you
a
being
part
cut
of
off
culture?
hard.
Is dress a part of
Yes.
culture?
I said I
All right.
agree with you
Keep going.
50-50, bro. I said I agree with you 50-50.
You can't 50-50 that. But go ahead.
I said I agree with you 50-50. I'm just saying that they are look. God damn, Thunder. Go ahead, Thunder. Go ahead.
Yeah, but these Italian gangs
That
didn't come
nigga
off
got
the
his
boat.
first
They didn't
syllable
come
out
off
and
the
he
boat
started
with
No,
suit
I
and
want
ties
Thunder
and
to
all this
clarify
shit.
the difference in murder and extortion. Please, no, let
Hey,
him go.
he not, and he not gonna do it. He gonna act like he didn't say it, dog. Because we all know he just said
It's
that
different.
Italians,
Murder is different.
they frown upon
Ain't
us
no
as if
logic.
we savages and we more
Yeah,
violent.
we
Or
stupid.
we more
Hey,
something. We
logic.
gotta
Hey,
be
logical.
disgusting them Italians some kind
No,
of
we
way.
don't know no
You know,
politicians. Logic. That's what it is. We don't know enough politicians when we out here killing each other. You know, we got to get the politics.
We got kids in Howard. Now we got logic cooking. All right, that's cool.
Yo,
Thunder, I'm messing with you, man. Go ahead, bro.
Brethren, hold on a second though. I want to ask Thunder this because everybody asking my
What?
question. The RICO laws were intended for the mafia, right?
Yes.
And now they're applying them to the so-called street gangs because of
Yes.
their correlation with what? The mafia.
Organized crime.
Yeah, that's what that is. Organized
It's
crime.
because the street
That ain't
gangs are
culture.
becoming. It's because they're becoming more organized. Like people forget these these Italian gangs didn't start off with fucking political connections off rip. They ain't start off with fucking law enforcement connections. They had to build to all these things as they got more power, as they got more money, as they got more influence. And now we're seeing these things you're calling street gangs getting to that level of influence now.
I
That's why
believe
they're
that
getting hit with RICO.
No, I believe that
You telling me they came
already
off the boat?
had
They
those
came off the
things.
boat. They came off the boat with
We ain't talking
government
about
ties.
no boat, man. We ain't talking about no boat. We talking about the game,
We talking
not the
about
boat.
Italian gangs.
Truist, come on, man. You be fucking conversations all the way up.
Truist, yeah, I think you went back. I think you went back a
Thunder,
few
you don't be letting
decades.
anybody. Thunder, you don't be letting anybody.
Thunder's
finish,
trying to
though,
keep
man.
you in like the 80s and 90s. So
I know
yeah,
he is because he's looking at
don't
the
even
end
worry about
result.
it.
He's looking at the end result
Yeah,
of
I
what
know,
the
I know.
mafia becomes, but he's not looking how it was in its origin.
That's what I'm saying. He don't know no
Truist,
Italians. He only know
what we're
Italians from
talking
TV.
about. We not if you want to talk about the origins, like me and Corey just made a great point about talking about the origins of the vice lords, the origins of the gangster disciples. Those things are already heavily notated. We know the origins.
Yeah, but I'm saying
you left out the Italians though, Thunder.
I'm saying these black gangs you're talking about are their babies in lifespan compared to the mob. So
when do you believe the mob started?
I would say damn near the fucking 30s.
In the 30s, yeah.
The 30s.
30s and 40s.
30s.
30s.
I would go a little later than 30s, but let's go with the 30s. I think that was prohibition and all them boys.
No, answer the second question first. Let's get you on record with the second question.
1800s. The mob started in New Orleans in the late 1800s. If you're talking about the mafia. The mob and the mafia.
So yeah, that proves my point even better. I don't think they had political connections all the way in the fucking late 1800s. I think they built up to that as they got more money.
They were used. Yes, they were used. Them and the Irish. You know, they were used.
They didn't have it initially. They built up to it. So I'm saying with the street gangs, you're seeing them getting hit with RICO now because they're becoming more organized.
We late as hell, Truist. We late as hell as usual to the high level crime. You know, we must be on CPT.
I just wanted to say to finish my point I was going to earlier make is that they're just viewed as something different. They commit the same damn crimes, do the same shit as those dang on gang members do. I don't know how you can try to separate them, except that in the movies they suits and they looking slick and they driving these big cars and all that. That's because they got more money. If the gang members had, they'd do the same goddamn thing if they had that much goddamn money.
And that's what I'm saying. They didn't come off the boat with the suits and the fucking Cadillacs and the fucking. They had to build up to all that power.
They were actually a lower class that came over here.
They came off the boat with the mafia. They were already organized with the mafia from.
I was going to say a lot of them were already lower class citizens from over there.
Not the original Italians.
Already organized.
I'm talking about
Italians, not the original Italians that got here. Now I will agree that when they started bringing new people over here, they was bringing over people that was already kind of like locked into Narcos.
Yeah, because you have to establish something over here first, so you couldn't bring in.
The original mafia that was here in America, they were fucking street dwellers, man. They weren't the mafia we fucking know.
Mafia is a Sicilian term, and they were not mafia.
I understand that, but they didn't have the power and influence you guys.
You can't equate Italian street gangs and crime prior to the emergence of the mafia with the mafia. That's not synonymous. That's being disingenuous. It just is.
It's not being disingenuous.
Mafia is a distinct organization out of Sicily that came to America already organized.
Most immigrants didn't come here like at that time period in organized. They got off the boat with nothing. Like they didn't come over here already set up. This what we gonna do.
The mafia.
Y'all niggas got a romanticized version of y'all, man. Get out of y'all heads the end result. Y'all got a romanticize. These niggas were fucking street dwellers.
No,
they weren't,
man. They was sick and everything, bro.
Hold on, man. These are family people for the most part. These are family people for the most part, and the kids,
all you guys are right.
I think all you guys are right, gentlemen. Hold on. The Italian Mafia, specifically the Sicilian Mafia or Cosa Nostra, began to form in the early to mid 1800s in Sicily. It emerged from a combination of weak central government, lawlessness, and the rise of local private protection gangs, often called Gebellati, who managed land for wealthy owners, evolving into a system of extortion and control. Key details on the origins, context, following centuries of foreign rules.
Now you going too far back. Ain't nobody trying to hear all that. Ain't nobody listening to read them shit. You don't got to read all that.
You said a key word.
What you mean?
I just said this.
The key word.
Because
but you're talking about the power they had. Wait. Y'all are talking about the power they had in Italy. I'm talking about what fucking power did the first ones have here? That's what I'm saying. Y'all talking about Italy. I'm talking about what they got up here.
I'm trying the context, Buddha. You got to put this in context. Buddha, put this in context. These are family immigrants that was coming over here trying to seek a better life for their family. They coming here with kids, wives, and shit like that. These was not La Cosa Nostra that was coming over here. Now these kids of these immigrants, they became the gang members, and they eventually became the mafia. Eventually, years later, whatever the case may be. But they didn't come over here like Cosa Nostra.
That's not the story.
Psycho, that's why I said both of you guys are correct, Psycho. I think both of you guys are correct. The mafia has different levels.
Organized and recruited criminals into the mafia.
But mafia has different levels, bro. Everybody is not on the same level.
No, the mafia is different from the mob. Like to be in the mafia, you have to
all right, okay. Hold on. No one said okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna read a few sentences since Thunder was going to hit us with readumship. I'm going to do it. While a small number of criminals, did immigrate. Let me finish just a little sentence. Hold on, because you're going to read the whole Wikipedia. I'm just going to read 2 sentences. Just let me finish.
I'm not going to read. You can read whatever you want to read. You can cut me off and then read.
Break it up. Hold on.
Marcellus,
Hold on. Just let me read a few sentences. Jesus Christ.
The 1920s.
No, you're going to read the whole Wikipedia, man.
It was a separate entity from the mafia in Italy. although they share such traditions as omerta, a code of conduct and loyalty. The mafia's Sicilian roots. For centuries, Sicily, an island in Mediterranean between North Africa and the Italian mainland, was ruled by a long life, but we ain't got to do all that. By the 1900s, small private armies known as mafia took advantage of the frequently violent, chaotic conditions in Sicily, blah, blah, blah. Let me see where it get to America.
Okay, while you looking, just let me read this. While a small number of criminals did immigrate, bringing organizations like La Cosa Nostra, over 4 million Italians, mostly from the impoverished South, came to the U.S. looking for labor, agricultural, or craft work to escape poverty, not to run organized crime. So y'all saying, was there some criminals on the boat? Yeah. Everybody agreed to all that. Yeah, you got some criminals, but it's not organized over here at their inception. That's not how they came over.
This gang.
And they were not wealthy, and they did not have political power where they was fucking the people, the first people here. That's what I'm saying. The first ones here, for the first few generations, they had to build up to the power that you see. They had to build up to it. They didn't come off the boat here with that political power.
Yo, Thunder, could you look up the New Orleans Mafia and the origins of the Mafia and the Americans real quick, since you're doing the Google?
Yeah, I mean, we can do it. The American Mafia, a separate entity from the Mafia in Sicily, came to power in the 1920s, Prohibition era, which is what I said. After
they started in the 1800s.
I said the 30s. You said
Thunder all over.
Hold up. He ran past the speed bump. Wait, he ran past the speed bump.
I think you punch drunk.
He just debunked Buddha.
Thunder's all over the place.
The first sentence. Wait, the first sentence.
What Buddha's talking about started in the 1860s.
New Orleans Mafia. All right, I got you.
Can you read that first sentence again and debunk Buddha real quick?
Hold on, let me. I just went to New Orleans Crime Mafia because that's what he told me to read. New Orleans Crime Family. I got you. No, I'm gonna go back to it. The New Orleans.
No, go back to it now. Don't run. Go back to it. Read what you just read.
Read the New Orleans thing.
He just said the American mob is separate from the Sicily Mafia and everything else. But you telling me what's going on?
There you go.
Irrelevant.
I told you the Sicilian mob came over here. The Mafia came over here organized as the Mafia. And
all right, let's see.
To be in the Mafia. Y'all talking about the mob, and I keep saying, and I said the mob and the Mafia.
I'm talking about the Italians that came here, that created the Mafia we see here. They did not start with the political power and influence you see in the movies when they came off the fucking boats.
No,
that was my point from the beginning. They had to build. They had to build up to that shit.
Entity. The Mafia.
I still don't know why that's a
entity already amongst those poor people. That's what y'all are forgetting.
No. Hold on. Two, that term mob I'm reading applies to other groups also, not just the Italians, like the Russian mob or the hold on, let me see, I just saw it. The Jewish mob or the Irish mob. So I don't think that's a good word to use. That's a general term for a group of organized criminals, I guess, from a certain culture. So mob and mafia, I don't know if y'all want to die on that hill.
Yeah, I don't know why he's trying to separate mob from mafia. A mafia is a mob. It is a mob.
But no, we're talking about the
mafia is a mob. It's a mob of criminals.
No. But I'm trying to explain it back to Thunder's point when he talking about our organization of gangs that didn't start with this sort of tradition and order. That when you talk about the mafia and try to equate what the mafia was doing, the mafia.
How did we get away from what he was talking about? He called us degenerates.
What we said.
Now you understand what I be saying.
Moving the goalpost.
Now y'all understand why I be telling y'all to be quiet.
Y'all ain't nobody understand you, Thunder. You clear as mud. You clear as mud.
Yeah, how did we get away from that conversation? We gotta be talking about why our version of being criminals is more degenerate than white people. That's what funny as fuck.
No,
Look at them drag us into that dumbass conversation. In some kind of way, you about to start talking about something else. But can you speak on that though, in that? Because I know you long-winded, and I just want to at least be able to stay on what Thunder said. I want him to get it back around to him being able to speak to what he said about black people when he said that. That's
the reason he said that, he justified by talking about the level of sophistication and organization you see with the later mob. I'm saying they had to build up to that. They didn't start out with that all as the end result you see in the fucking movies. That was my point. They had to build up to that level of sophistication.
I agree with you on that point, Truth, when you're talking about the mob. But I'm saying the mafia is an organization in of itself.
The mafia is a mob. It's a mob. It is a mob.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They're interchangeable.
I've literally posted from
They're
the
interchangeable.
mafia and the origins of it in the private chat.
Look at Carlos Marcellus and what he did in New Orleans and how
I posted about that.
What you
read it in the private chat. Read the private chat. It's in the private chat. You talk about the 1860s. It's in the private chat. It'll tell you.
Okay, y'all ready? Y'all finished?
Sicilian gangs. You talk about the Sicilian gangs in New Orleans.
Y'all finished?
And he was mafia though. He wasn't just a Sicilian gang member. He was part of the mafia that brought that organizational structure he knew about to this new territory. And when they got kicked out of New Orleans, they went to New Orleans with that set of principles. That's what the history says.
Okay, so we y'all straight. I wanted to be on the record. I didn't do this. So don't blame me.
You did. Thunder, hold on, Thunder, watch this.
What you did?
Hold on, we're gonna deal with two things at once. Hold on, we're gonna deal with two things at once.
I didn't do this.
Hold on. All right. Now hold on. We're gonna deal with two things at once. We're gonna deal with Thunder and Logic, right? Thunder, if you look at Boys in the Hood, I just looked it up. How many people were shot and killed, right? I think one was killed and like 30 people were shot. Then you look at John Wick, right? Logic, that's what he's doing. John Wick can run around with a little blazer on and a little tie and shoot hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition.
Oh no!
Kill about 80. Hold on, let me finish, Thunder. 80 people.
Fictional character.
But if Boys in the Hood, no, because that's what you were saying before.
Fiction and
that's what you were saying before. It's our culture.
This is why niggas don't need to talk. That's why niggas don't need to talk.
No, let me finish. You brought up NWA.
Are you comparing fiction and non-fiction?
NWA. I bet you can count on one hand how many people in NWA shot. But you couldn't count how many people John Wick or the Terminator killed because that's on, it's popular. It's a good movie. Because they don't look like us. Because that's different. Gunshots hit black people different than they hit white people, I guess.
My shit.
Yeah, Logic. It's because you hold your gun sideways. See, that's different. It's different.
That's what it is.
Y'all don't even shoot your weapons. Y'all don't even discharge your weapons right. Y'all hold them sideways. They frown upon that. That's crazy work.
That shit, it pissed off the real gangster. We make it look like perfect.
That ain't how you do it.
Shoot nobody in the head.
He said, "Hey, that ain't how you end someone's life. You crazy? Clean shot, like it's a deer. I'm sure Thunder go hunting. He sound like somebody who hunts. Clean kill.
Thunder very rational and reasonable. As you can tell.
See how y'all doing?
But I mean, but come on, bro. Y'all said that we
certain.
most savage. That we've got to be most sad. Our way of being criminals is more savage.
We super. I'm telling you,
this is one of
that was just retarded. That was crazy as hell.
Conversations, man. That's why niggas don't need to talk. Just mute your mic and just listen, bro.
Do y'all really
your language don't even have?
Y'all really think that the Italian criminals right now is at the level of violence and decadency that black gangs is at? Like How did y'all just try to equate?
You wouldn't know.
Like,
you wouldn't know where the bodies is buried. That's one
we
way.
were just talking about the origins of gangs.
So Chef,
and
you
Thunder
said
made it
finish
clear.
that.
They got
you
politicians.
said
Hold on,
that black
Thunder made it
people.
clear. They got politicians and corporations. Who else? Thunder?
oh
You
yeah,
said
they just hid all their bodies.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you know what
yeah.
I
They
mean?
run everything.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
No, that's what Thunder said. I didn't say it.
I wouldn't compare it to the current mob, but I'm saying like you can draw more comparisons to the early stages of the mob in America. That's what I'm saying.
The origins of the mob is no
I
different
told you we late.
than the origins of most of these street gangs. It's the same origin.
Yeah,
that's what we're saying.
So they've been around longer than us.
Yeah, they had to build up to this power and
I don't
influence.
believe that. They haven't been
had to
around
build-
long. We've been
They had
here.
No,
So-
hold on. Chef is right. No, hold on. Chef is right. We were always allowed to do as much criminality above board, below board. We always had that option, you know. So Chef is right. We was slacking.
No, when we're talking about
we could have just ran amok. No, we could have just ran amok.
But we're talking about the specific gangs that exist today. Like, yes, the mob is older than those street gangs that exist today.
Ain't no street gang we have today that you can name that's older than the mob.
Say mafia. Don't say mob, because mob could be Irish.
Mafia.
Yeah, because anathema gonna come in here and straighten us the hell out.
I want to get beat
I say
up.
mafia.
You would have to say the American mafia then, because y'all distinguish.
Well, that's what
Let's do that. Let's do that. The American mafia. The American mafia. Let's do it.
You're not talking about what happened out of Sicily. But yeah, they started off as street gangs, and they eventually organized, had enough of them where they could organize, make moves, and that's when they became the mafia that we know of today. They started off as street gangs.
The person that organized those street gangs was a member of the mafia from Sicily, so he had those schemes.
I wouldn't doubt that part of it, but it still started off as street gangs out here. It started off as street gangs, and then these street gangs
That's
got
what I
organized.
said. They recruited the people over the year. I said all of that. Y'all was arguing with me. I'm glad y'all agree with me. No,
I'm just talking about the origins of it here. Like, I didn't want to go all into Sicily and everything else because I know, like, it wasn't like the mafia out in Sicily all got together and said, "Well, we all about to go out to New York and go take that shit over."
Oh no, Carlos.
No, hold on, Psycho. No, Psycho, stay right there, right? What would allow, not allow, what would entice young people or grown men, say in their 20s, to join a criminal organization at that time? Irish, Italian, let's just stay with Italian. What would make them want to join that type of organization?
It was culture wars.
They hated Italians in the Orleans.
Italians hated
No. I'm not talking about against each other. No, hold on. No, just what would entice, because most of them came over here to work. They didn't come over here to do crime. So what would entice a young?
Yeah, well, it was the young.
No, I'm just talking about.
And it was the
how they build
young teenagers that was, struggling to get jobs because, at one point in time, they didn't want to hire Irish people. They didn't want to hire Italians either. Like, this whole anti-immigrant thing ain't something new. Like, this didn't start with Donald Trump. Like, nativism started in the 1800s. So it was this big anti-immigrant movement going on in the 1800s. And they wasn't cool with all these immigrants coming out here. They felt like, they was coming out here to pretty much take their resources, right? And suck it all up and everything. So they was very anti-immigrant out here. And that's how New York got so segregated. And it still is.
And that's how you get a lot of Irish in the police departments, because once they got a foothold, they start bringing their own in. Now they're in law enforcement. So that was a big thing.
And that was a slow and gradual process. That's what I'm saying. Like, they didn't just start with those sides.
No, hell no.
They had to build into it.
Yep.
Whether it was Chicago, whether it was New York, New Orleans, wherever you want to fucking talk about it, they had to build into that influence and power.
Yeah, one of the biggest ports when that massive wave came, they came to New Orleans off the port. That's how a lot of them ended up in Chicago. But there was a massive influx into New Orleans. Yeah, you can look up the history, man. They talk about it.
Yeah, you're right about that.
There was a big raid. I think they killed like 17 of them. They arrested them, and then they put them in jail. I think they executed them. They did, it was a mob outside the place. All of this. After that, they made something where they started to export all of them. They didn't want so many Italians here, and they started sending them to New York and Chicago. And then that's how the thing there spread around with the mafia and the criminality. But one of the hubs of that was actually New Orleans. You can look this up in the historical record.
I'm not arguing that. Yeah, I'm not arguing that part.
And discuss. Way prior to what you hear about New York or any other area. And when I found out about it from being down here in New Orleans, I was like, I had to readjust my perspective, understand, from getting more in-depth information that I didn't know nothing about.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that part as far as like where they actually organized these gangs. I was just saying they were gangs before they got organized. Like that's what they was. Gangs, for the most part, wild kids, trying to quote unquote protect the community from other ethnicities against their culture. Culture wars. It was viewed as tethers, and they fought back.
Yep, and a lot of and you see the progression with the black organized crimes, organized gangs today. Like now we're getting a lot more organized, which is why we'll get hit with RICO charges because it's a little more sophisticated now than it was in the 80s and 90s with a lot of these.
They became more corporate and we became more violent. That's basically where we at right here, man. Let's try. Let's do it, man.
I'm saying we've gotten corporate now.
They was allowed. Let's keep factor there. They was allowed to get organized. It was allowed to get organized. Black gangs were not allowed to get organized. Like they
over police black community.
J. Edgar Hoover went decades before he even mentioned, before he uttered a word. He pretended like the mafia didn't even exist for decades. That's because the mafia had dirt on them, and they were the only ones who had dirt on them. And because they had dirt on them, he allowed them to get away with murder. He allowed them to build up Las Vegas, all types of shit. Like he allowed them to get away with murder, literally get away with murder. And while black motherfuckers, we can't even get local law enforcement got their foot on our necks. These motherfuckers got whole governments back protecting them. So they was allowed to get organized.
So how can we be more wild than how can we be more wild if we're not if we get over policed, right? Or punishment is different. How does that equate to us being super diabolical? Like
Hitch, let me say this. Let me say this in response to that. I think black gangs were organized, and even more so when they were under pressure during the development. I think from the 1800s, we always had gangs. We had gangs of bootleggers, gangs of people doing this, smuggling this, and they were organized. They moved in silence. They moved a certain way. Even when you got into the heroin trade, there was organization. There was, young people did their little whatever. They're going to have their little cliques, whatever, and do what young people did at that time. But to get to a certain level of money and influence, you was locked out. You had to get into these grown man thing, where, if you wasn't connected, you couldn't just start bootlegging out of nowhere. You get slapped up. But once crack era came, like we leaving that out the conversation. Once the crack era came and you can be 16 with more money, and now there's no need for organization. There's no need for the big boss that got, that's controlling and running this. The 16-year-old can become the big boss. You see me I say? I think we're forgetting that part of it too, that there was a point when our gangs were developing that sort of structural top-down vertical integration didn't work, because now it was every man for himself or anybody who had the link. You understand? And before,
all right, here we go. Here we go. So the Italian Mafia is a highly structured, hierarchical, and profit-driven organization focusing on sophisticated, discreet, white-collar crime and infiltration of legitimate business. Conversely, the Bloods and Crips are decentralized coalitions of street gangs, primarily dealing in street-level narcotics and violent crime with less centralized leadership and high visibility. The Italian Mafia operates under a rigid hierarchy, typically featuring a boss, underboss, consigliere, and made men who follow a street code of silence, omerta. Bloods and Crips generally compose of decentralized sets, neighborhood cliques that lack centralized leadership. They have informal hierarchies based on experience, such as original gangsters or OGs and little homies, rather than formal bureaucratic titles. Business activities. Italian Mafia focuses on long-term.
We never get a chance to get to
Italian
we're
Mafia
having that level of.
I'm still trying to understand the difference between the murders.
Italian Mafia focuses on long-term, high-profit crimes like gambling, extortion, money laundering. Italian Mafia focuses on long-term, high-profit crime.
Not doing it with you, Thunder. Don't do it, Thunder, y'all. Don't let them do that. Long
you gotta do is
crime.
you gotta do. Italian Mafia. Italian Mafia. Y'all know why y'all keep saying? Y'all keep doing this.
Because you making their crime again. You making their crime super elaborate and diabolical. It's like no, you all these big words, consigliaries. Come on, Thunder.
You're being rude. Stop, man. All right. Italian Mafia focuses on long-term, high-profit crimes like gambling, extortion, money laundering, and labor racketeering. Bloods and Crips primarily engage in street-level drug sales, robbery, and local turf disputes. Italian violence and visibility. The Italian Mafia tends to avoid excessive violence that draws law enforcement attention, favoring covert operations with many groups minimizing murders to avoid scrutiny. Bloods and Crips often exhibit high levels.
Stop right there. No, stop right there. You said minimizing murders. No, read that part again.
I'll read again. After I read, okay, that's fine. Italian Mafia tends to avoid excessive violence that draws law enforcement attention, favoring covert operations with many groups minimizing murders to avoid scrutiny. Bloods and Crips often exhibit high levels of violence and visibility, using aggression to defend territory or reputation, making them more easily detected by police. Longevity and recruitment. Italian Mafia membership is traditionally limited to those of Italian descent and requires a strict vetting process to become a quote-unquote made man. Bloods and Crips membership is often based on neighborhood affiliation or age, often recruiting youth to serve in the gangs. While the Mafia focuses on high-level profit and avoid detection, the Bloods and Crips are generally more involved in street-level criminal activities. I'm done.
I would bet money if you went back to their inception, it would be 90% similar to what you say the Bloods and Crips are. I guarantee.
All you
Yeah, my bad. I just got in here. Y'all comparing and contrasting other.
All you got to do is point at Tammany Hall. The transition of
Tammany Hall,
yeah. If you point at that, when the police go from night watchmen to an organized unit to enforce the protection, the muscle of these gangs and mafiosos. That's why I said what I said earlier, that American pop culture has always criminalized being black. That's why Bloods are demonized, but the mafia is respected. Now the nuances in that, is, yeah, a lot of it is territorial, but it was labor in its inception.
What premise are y'all setting right now? Y'all saying that other gangs are the same as like black gangs in 2026? What y'all say?
No. I've been very clear that the mafia, as we know it,
my bad.
That's what they tried. That's what they tried to do, Betty.
It's very simple, Fetty. It's the age-old question: are we super or are we below? Are we substandard?
Oh, you know,
or
I be in my
super
culture
crime?
bag. We got black
Yeah,
gangs.
no. Thunder said we are super.
Way different.
We are
You a
super
liar.
criminals.
I said we
way
are
more
different.
diabolical.
Fetty,
No, now you saying we different.
Fetty, is the Italian mafia the same as the Bloods and Crips? Yes or no?
You said they frown upon our type of crime.
I ain't saying about no frown shit. I said they're different. So, Fetty,
you said they frown upon.
Niggas definitely ain't on the internet, like drop the location, bringing their phone with them, not aware of cell phone.
So you're saying we're more diabolical or stupid with our
I don't know. I just saw a motherfucking
but they had to learn. They had to learn all that shit.
No, they didn't. They came over here.
That's what music. That's what music.
Oh, now it's music.
I literally just
Thunder,
saw a
you never
mafia
answered
dude
my second
on
question.
the platform. I just saw a mafia dude on the platform with millions of subscribers giving all the dirty laundry out there. Like these
Thunder never answered my second question.
They on Vlad TV too. You go to
hold on.
It's different though, Psycho. It's young niggas who as a result of drill music.
Eddie, hold on. Petty, this might help you out. Thunder's going to answer my second question. How does someone on the East Coast get to find out what's going on and popular in criminal behavior on the West Coast through